EU space is vital for ensuring both European prosperity and a sustainable life on the planet. EUSPA, the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, is charged with implementing the EU space programme and providing reliable, safe and secure space-based services that benefit European citizens and businesses.
The EU Space Programme has a key contribution to the priorities of the European Union, contributes to the Green Deal on many sectors, from smart cities to agriculture to more efficient transport.
Under the lead of the European Commission and in close collaboration with the EU member states and the European Parliament, EUSPA is a provider of EU space services and data for use in all domains of society. That includes the provision of European satellite navigation services, the development of GovSatcom, and the front desk of space surveillance and tracking. EUSPA is also involved in Iris Square, the new EU flagship programme for secure connectivity by satellite.
We have in front of us a growing market for both GNSS navigation and for Earth observation. In fact, the revenues are expected to double in the next decade.
With headquarters in Prague and sites all over Europe, EUSPA supports the development of innovative products and applications based on Galileo, EGNOS and Copernicus, connecting investors and entrepreneurs and providing business and technical know-how.
Security is important. It's about the security of our assets in space, but also the utilization of the EU Space Programme for safety and security missions.
By linking space to user needs, EUSPA is shaping a safer, more secure, competitive and sustainable European Union for tomorrow. EUSPA, linking space to user needs.
Everyone has satellite-based technology on their mobile phone or in their car. We cannot even imagine a world without Google Maps. Rail is the most environmentally friendly mode of transport. Satellite-based applications can provide innovative and cost-effective solutions for this safety-critical domain. EGNOS, Galileo or IRIS are technological enablers for cost savings in rail. The Space for Innovation in Rail event in Madrid will showcase the advancements made for introducing European satellite technology into the rail sector, in particular for the European Rail Traffic Management System ERTMS. This two-day event will bring together Europe's main stakeholders to discuss the way forward. With this event, we will help the market deployment at the level of the European Union.
Hi, I'm Jo de Boschere, leading the ERTMS unit of the European Union Agency for Railway. At the Satellite for Rail conference, I will moderate a panel to get the insights of the sector representatives on the use of satellite in ERTMS, from a game changer to reality. Together with the sector representatives, we will look at user and supplier perspective, but also focus on cost and benefits. In this panel will be representatives from UNIFE, CER, EIM, ERTMS user group and European Rail Rolling Stock Lessors.
The rail sector in Europe is constantly evolving, and rail operators are increasingly using satellite technology in their operations. But how can EGNOS and Galileo make a difference?
we could make one step forward towards the integration of the various modes of transport, because after all, we need to have an integrated transport system which brings you from A to B in a seamless manner.
Safety is at the core of all rail operations. Within the framework of the future European Rail Traffic Management System, on-board satellite navigation solutions integrated with command and control systems can provide information on the position and speed of trains.
In densely populated areas, satellite-based information provides an additional layer of information that comes at almost no cost because it is there, and if you have the sensor, you just can use it.
To know where a train is at any given time, rail operators currently rely on hardware that's installed as part of the railway infrastructure along the tracks. The mainstay of this hardware are the so-called balises, which are costly to install and maintain. EGNOS and Galileo can provide the reliability needed to replace a majority of these balises with more cost-efficient onboard systems based on satellite positioning.
The EU Space Programme is an asset for research and innovation for smart mobility, including railways. Its services enable the development of market-driven solutions by accelerating the integration of new and advanced technology into innovative rail products and solutions. In addition, space-based applications contribute to the competitiveness of the European rail industry and meets the changing need of EU transports and mobility.
EGNOS and Galileo can also be used to improve fleet management, maintenance and scheduling. Satellite positioning is now commonly used to make logistics more efficient by tracking freight cars and improve planning, especially for multimodal transport.
By combining different technology, data and services, including Earth observation and global navigation satellite systems, we are designing the next generation of railway transport and mobility.
Passenger information systems on board trains show the real-time location of a train along its route. Increasingly, the precise location of a train is also supporting platform and online passenger information services.
EUSPA, the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, aims to help the railway community, its industry and stakeholders by leveraging the EU Space Programme as an enabler of innovation and digitization. Earth observation can improve efficiency in such areas as infrastructure maintenance or asset management, while Europe's navigation satellite systems, Galileo and EGNOS, already contribute to a more sustainable and intelligent multimodal transport system in the European Union.
Satellite positioning is increasingly seen as a standard source of positioning and timing information in these systems. EGNOS and Galileo are an important part of the solutions that can improve safety, increase efficiency, and provide passenger information by delivering high precision with a low investment.
U-Space is vital for ensuring both European prosperity and a sustainable life on the planet. EUSPA, the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, is charged with implementing the EU Space Programme and providing reliable, safe and secure space-based services that benefit European citizens and businesses.
The EU Space Programme as a key contribution to the priorities of the European Union contributes to the Green Deal on many sectors, from smart cities to agriculture to more efficient transport.
Under the lead of the European Commission and in close collaboration with the EU Member States and the European Parliament, EUSPA is a provider of EU space services and data for use in all domains of society. That includes the provision of European satellite navigation services, the development of GovSatcom, and the front desk of space surveillance and tracking. EUSPA is also involved in Iris Square, the new EU flagship program for secure connectivity by satellite.
We have in front of us a growing market for both GNSS navigation and for Earth observation. In fact, the revenues are expected to double in the next decade.
With headquarters in Prague and sites all over Europe, EUSPA supports the development of innovative products and applications based on Galileo, EGNOS and Copernicus, connecting investors and entrepreneurs and providing business and technical know-how.
Security is important. It's about the security of our assets in space, but also the utilization of the EU Space Programme for safety and security missions.
By linking space to user needs, EUSPA is shaping a safer, more secure, competitive and sustainable European Union for tomorrow. EUSPA, linking space to user needs.
Everyone has satellite-based technology on their mobile phone or in their car. We cannot even imagine a world without Google Maps. Rail is the most environmentally friendly mode of transport. Satellite-based applications can provide innovative and cost-effective solutions for this safety-critical domain. EGNOS, Galileo or IRIS are technological enablers for cost savings in rail. The Space for Innovation in Rail event in Madrid will showcase the advancements made for introducing European satellite technology into the rail sector, in particular for the European Rail Traffic Management System ERTMS. This two-day event will bring together Europe's main stakeholders to discuss the way forward. With this event, we will help the market deployment at the level of the European Union.
Hi, I'm Jo de Boschere, leading the ERTMS unit of the European Union Agency for Railway. At the Satellite for Rail conference, I will moderate a panel to get the insights of the sector representatives on the use of satellite and ERTMS, from a game changer to reality. Together with the sector representatives, we will look at user and supplier perspective, but also focus on cost and benefits. In this panel will be representatives from UNIFE, CER, EIM, ERTMS user group and European Rail Rolling Stock Lessors.
The rail sector in Europe is constantly evolving, and rail operators are increasingly using satellite technology in their operations. But how can EGNOS and Galileo make a difference?
we could make one step forward towards the integration of the various modes of transport, because after all, we need to have an integrated transport system which brings you from A to B in a seamless manner.
Safety is at the core of all rail operations. Within the framework of the future European Rail Traffic Management System, on-board satellite navigation solutions integrated with command and control systems can provide information on the position and speed of trains.
In densely populated areas, satellite-based information provides an additional layer of information that comes at almost no cost because it is there, and if you have the sensor, you just can use it.
To know where a train is at any given time, rail operators currently rely on hardware that's installed as part of the railway infrastructure along the tracks. The mainstay of this hardware are the so-called balise, which are costly to install and maintain. EGNOS and Galileo can provide the reliability needed to replace a majority of these balise with more cost-efficient onboard systems based on satellite positioning.
The EU Space Programme is an asset for research and innovation for smart mobility, including railways. Its services enable the development of market-driven solutions by accelerating the integration of new and advanced technology into innovative rail products and solutions. In addition, space-based applications contribute to the competitiveness of the European rail industry and meets the changing need of EU transports and mobility.
EGNOS and Galileo can also be used to improve fleet management, maintenance and scheduling. Satellite positioning is now commonly used to make logistics more efficient by tracking freight cars and improve planning, especially for multimodal transport.
By combining different technology, data and services, including Earth observation and global navigation satellite systems, we are designing the next generation of railway transport and mobility.
Passenger information systems on board trains show the real-time location of a train along its route. Increasingly, the precise location of a train is also supporting platform and online passenger information services.
EUSPA, the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, aims to help the railway community, its industry and stakeholders by leveraging the EU Space Programme as an enabler of innovation and digitization. Earth observation can improve efficiency in such areas as infrastructure maintenance or asset management, while Europe's navigation satellite systems, Galileo and EGNOS, already contribute to a more sustainable and intelligent multimodal transport system in the European Union.
Satellite positioning is increasingly seen as a standard source of positioning and timing information in these systems. EGNOS and Galileo are an important part of the solutions that can improve safety, increase efficiency, and provide passenger information by delivering high precision with a low investment.
Welcome everyone. Please take some seats. Try to fill the rows so everybody can fit in.
Sí. Ah, sí.
Please come in, take a seat. Please take a seat, try to fill the rows. Welcome to all. Please take a seat and try to fill the row so we can all sit. Thank you. Okay. Eleni, it seems we can't hear me very much. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining. Please take a seat. We will be starting. We should have started. Okay. Last participants, please take a seat. The lights, please. Ladies and gentlemen, señoras, señores, esteemed guests and distinguished experts, good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to the event dedicated to Space for Innovation in Rail towards satellite-based ERTMS. This conference is jointly organized by the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, the European Union Agency for Railways, Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking, and the Director General for Mobility and Transport at the European Commission, DG Move. I'm honored to be your moderator for today's proceedings. My name is Catherine Cesco. I'm the Chief Stakeholder Relation and Dissemination at Europe's Rail, and I'll be guiding us through this crucial and exciting journey into the future of rail transportation. We have gathered here today to delve into the cutting-edge developments and transformative possibilities that satellite-based technologies offer for the European Rail Traffic Management System, ERTMS. This event follows a first edition held in 2019 in Vienna, and then in 2021 during the Shift to Rail Innovation Days. And it is the evidence of our commitment to innovation, fostering collaboration and enhancing the efficiency, safety and sustainability of our railways. As we all know, the European railway sector plays a pivotal role in our continent transportation infrastructure. It connects cities and regions, promotes economic growth, and contributes to our shared sustainability goals. Yet, to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow, we must continuously evolve and adopt new technologies. Over the next 3 minutes, I want to provide you with an overview of what to expect during our event and our time together. Firstly, we will explore the core theme of this event, ERTMS, of course. The European Rail Traffic Management System is the backbone of railway signaling and control across Europe. By integrating satellite-based technologies, we have the potential to enhance its accuracy, coverage, and overall performance. Our speakers and panelists will share their insights into the technical aspects, benefits, and challenges of this integration. We will explore how satellite-based ERTMS can boost safety, reduce operational costs, and pave the way for more efficient and environmentally friendly rail transport. Throughout the day, you will have the opportunity to engage in meaningful discussion, ask questions, and network. I encourage you all to take advantage of this unique platform to exchange ideas and build valuable connections. In addition to our panel discussion and presentation, we will also showcase real examples from the field. Lastly, our event will conclude with a forward-looking perspective outlining the roadmap for the future of satellite-based ERTMS and the role each of us can play in shaping this transformative journey. Before we begin, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of all of the organizers, to the Spanish Ministry of Transport, to ADIF, to SEDEX for hosting us today. Thank you very much. To FFE for their support, and the organizing team, of course, who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. Before we dive into the content of this event, let's cover some housekeeping rules to ensure a smooth and productive experience for all. Please familiarize yourself with the event schedule. You can find detailed information about the agenda, the speakers and the topics on our official website and printed documents. We will strive to keep time as closely as possible to maximize the benefit of your participation. For in-person attendees, please make sure you have your events badge visibly displayed at all times. This will help us identify you and will give you access to the dinner tonight and the site visits tomorrow. During the panel session and presentation, we encourage active participation. You can raise your hands and ask questions during the Q&As, and our microphone runner will assist you with a microphone. For our online viewers, of course, please use the chat feature on YouTube to comment. We will take this into consideration in our conclusions. So we will not forget, of course, our online viewers. We understand the importance of networking at events like these, so during the break, please network and make valuable connections. We will also have more opportunities to network tonight during our walking dinner at the Railway Museum and tomorrow during the site visit. For our online audience, consider connecting with other fellow participants on LinkedIn or professional platform to foster further discussion. And please follow us on social media using the event hashtag, which is hashtag satellite4rail, number 4, when posting about the event. This event has been recorded and will be made available for future reference. In addition to the YouTube live stream, you can expect to find recordings, presentation slides, and other relevant material on our event websites after the event concludes. Photos will be taken during the event, and you have been identifying yourself if you don't wish to be photographed. The photographer has been made aware of this. We greatly value your feedback on this event, so we will be sending you a short online survey at the end of the event to collect your thoughts and suggestions. Last but not least, enjoy the event. We have an incredible lineup of speakers and discussions for you today, and your participation and engagement are what makes this event a success. So thank you for your attention, and we can now start. So to officially launch our event, I have the pleasure to
that have registered to the event and are here with us. Spain sees space a clear opportunity to improve rail transport and is clearly committed to the study of these technologies and their potential application. Proof of this is the number of the national experts who participate in these sessions, as well as the involvement of the public administration in the organization. I would like to thank you, Marisa Dominguez, President of ADIF, for her presence here today as well, perhaps later than now. The Space for Innovation in Rail event is organized under the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, and its objective is to debate the introduction of the European Union satellite programs in the railway domain. When my team presented the idea to me a year ago, more or less, I immediately told them, let's go for it. Aware of the enormous contribution that space could have in the role of the rail as a key factor for a green and sustainable transport system in Europe. Compared to the others, the railway domain appears as a real opportunity for decarbonization and route optimization. However, to take advantage of its full potential, the rail sector should embrace the latest innovation in green and digital technologies, paving the way to increase its cost effectiveness, to operate even safer, to improve passenger experience, and to contribute to the decarbonization of European transport system, in complete alignment with the ambitions established by the European Commission in this matter. To fulfill those objectives, the different components of European Space Programme will play a fundamental role. During the next 2 days, the central focus will be to learn more about the progress and the implementation of Galileo and EGNOS for train localization, but also about the possibilities of introducing a satellite-based communication in the railway system. The use of Galileo and EGNOS was addressed in the first edition and now will be further developed in this second. As you know, the European Union is developing its new space flagship program, IRIS², a European secure satellite communication constellation that might bring significant benefits to the railway sector. Therefore, it is a real luxury and challenge to include a panel on this innovative technology in this second edition. The technology evolution in the rail sector cannot be understood without space technology, whose application boosts efficiency, safety, and overall performance. Space brings many benefits and contributes to better solutions in this sector. However, its exploitation also represents a challenge in such a complex environment, where the presence of tunnels or canyon, for instance, may corrupt the use and performance of space services. The adaptation of space technology in this domain covers from the planning and design of the new routes by means of geospatially analyzed to the operational and maintenance phases of the railway infrastructure. Within the context of the European Rail Traffic Management System, Galileo and EGNOS can be used as a means to introduce virtual balances in the European train control system and to provide the train integrity monitoring function. Outside Europe, satellite navigation systems are already deployed for train control, mainly in the United States, and may contribute to preventing accidents through real-time monitoring of train position and speed. Besides satellite navigation system, it is also crucial to count with a robust infrastructure for communication and data transmission between the trains and the control centers. In this respect, the European Iris Square may provide a communication infrastructure for railway operation, for example, in remote areas or where terrestrial networks are unavailable. Earth observation programs such as Copernicus may also contribute to the monitoring of the railway health status and to the detection and response to natural disaster, preventing accidents and damage to the infrastructure. Space data may be used to monitor the condition of tracks, bridge, and rolling stock. Enabling to sum up, space technology plays a crucial role for the railway sector, and the adoption of the space-based solution will contribute to a more sustainable, resilient, and efficient transport, reducing the environmental impact of the railways, optimizing energy consumption, and lowering emissions. A glimpse to the program shows that today's event is the place to learn about all of this. During the sessions, we will have the opportunity to listen a myriad of presidents, vice presidents, director generals, and senior engineering managers representing the whole value chain of the sector, including manufacturers, infrastructure managers, operators, regulators, decision makers, and academia. They will share with us the state of play of space innovation and digitalization technologies in the railway domain, together with their vision and prospect for its implementation and adoption by the rail community. Finally, I would also like to draw your attention to the 4 unique visits that the organization has organized, and which includes Atocha train station, ADIF traffic control center, FedEx ERTMS railway interoperability laboratory, and FedEx track box laboratory. I would like to conclude by once again thanking the European Railway Joint Undertaking, the European Union Railway Agency, the European Union Space Programme Agency, and the European Commission for organizing this event, and our host, FedEx, for their hospitality. I trust that this event meets your expectation and that you return home with a new knowledge, new partners, and new desires to develop initiative ideas in rail system. Thank you.
Thank you, Special Commissioner, for this inspiring words. And we will definitely try to make the best of the time we have together. I now have the pleasure to share a video message from Mrs. Barbara Thaler, member of the European Parliament since 2019 and member of the Transport Committee. Mrs. Thaler contributed to the debate to the greening transport package and is a strong supporter of rail. She was at the heart of the resolution of 7 July 21 on railway safety and signalling, ensuring synergies between ERTMS and GNSS.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much indeed for giving me the chance to address you directly. So why do we need innovation? Why do we need innovations like linking ERTMS with the European Union space program? I am currently in the middle of the TEN-T trialogue, and according to some big member states, we even do not need ERTMS, let alone a substantial upgrade. The Commission, the European Parliament, and member states have two things in common. We are constantly talking about how important innovation is and how much we would like to see rail succeed. The problem is, innovation is driven by competition. If there is no competition, then you need no innovation. Stable long-term GDP growth is depending on it. Innovation itself is basically just making things more efficient, aka cheaper, and slowly improves them. It's an effort. It needs smart people in R&D, and there should be a business case. Sadly, the railway sector is a bit short of competition, except for the early days where a locomotive could drive through Europe and unlock whole continents around us. However, since more than a century, railway is stuck in various national borders. Please don't get me wrong. Being more efficient, being innovative is of course important for incumbents, but sometimes I have the feeling that keeping the market closed seems to be almost as important. Sure, the market is now more open than it was before, but if we look at the passenger side, almost every train is running on PSOs. If a privately owned company has the chance to get a train pass in order to compete, then it is still competing against the taxpayer. And as it stands, the taxpayer has deep pockets. The same is partly true for the supply industry. How often did I hear that ERTMS deployment is not possible because the industry can't deliver on time? You will never ever hear that the car maker will not satisfy the demand because he is lacking capacity. This only happens during a pandemic and geostrategic cost shortages of raw material or crucial components. I never heard that we are lacking chips or raw materials in order to equip Europe with ERTMS on time. Sure, it would certainly help if we agree on one standard with one, and I cannot stress it enough, only one authority, which is called European Railway Agency, and which should be the only one responsible for permitting procedures. No more extra national rules, no more extra safety standards, no more tailor-made national systems. I truly believe that we need to be true Europeans on that one. If we do not unlock the single market for rail, then we will not see the benefits. However, and I'm coming to an end now, I would kindly ask you to also promote a railway system which rewards innovation, which is striving to improve its efficiency, which needs to be more productive with fewer resources. If we would have such an environment, then I would not need to argue with certain member states if 2060 is not a bit late for implementing ERTMS. I wish you a successful and rewarding event. You choose a perfect topic, and thank you very much once more for giving me this opportunity. All the best from Strasbourg.
Note well taken, unleashing the potential of our sector by opening up the market. Thank you, Mrs. Thaler, in the distance. I now have the pleasure to welcome on stage Mrs. Elżbieta Lukaniuk, responsible for land transport and road safety in the Cabinet of European Commissioner for Transport, Adina Valean. Mrs. Lukaniuk is a strong supporter of rail and carries the vision of Europe on rail innovation. Mrs. Lukaniuk, the floor is yours.
We are on the day where Commissioner Valean, European Commissioner for Transport, is together with all commissioners, with our President in the plenary session in Strasbourg for the annual delivery of the State of the Union address. And I don't know if you had the opportunity to watch the State of the Union address, but I just wanted to bring two elements for you. One of the elements from this big political context is the European competitiveness. And actually, this is extremely timely event that we are having today, because competitiveness of the European economy actually depends on the access of the European companies to the innovative solutions, to all modern solutions. And this is a key theme that you will, if you haven't seen yet the speech of the President, you will find in her address. Then the second element is the reconfirmation of the European Commission to the Green Deal objectives. And I would like to bring to your attention the fact that from the beginning of the mandate, from the beginning of this European Commission setting, we put a special focus into the rail sector as the mode of transport that is able to deliver and bring us closer to the sustainability. So we put rail in the heart of the sustainable and smart mobility strategy, and we have very important objectives there, very ambitious ones. The first one is to triple high-speed services by 2050, and the second is to double rail freight services by 2050. So how to achieve these milestones? It's not easy because, of course, we need the sector and industry to help us, and actually we need to refocus maybe the service that we are having now to have better quality and also lower prices. And we need certainly a sort of more customer-oriented approach. And actually use of innovative solutions can help us to bring this cost reduction and better quality and price of services. And I'm happy to see that actually space technology for train positioning can be one of the technologies that reduces the cost of train infrastructure and operations, and it also increase the flexibility of operations. It can also increase the frequency and punctuality of services. We, however, need further works in this field, and everyone is welcome to contribute. So Europe's Rail, the European Union Agency for Railways, as well as European Union Agency for the Space Program. We need to prepare the technology, and we need to also put into place the regulatory framework that is adapted. But then we come to the deployment phase where
huge investment is needed on the side of the sector and on the side of the railway undertakings and infrastructure managers. What we also see is not only that rail positioning is there within the offer that we can take from the space sector for rail, but it is also a communication system, IRIS, and actually we welcome the offer to have this communication system as a supplementary one. Actually, our intention is to align it and make it complementary to the future railway mobile communication system. And this system could be a backup in case of disruptions, but also can be a sort of solution that can be used in situations where the 5G reach is not sufficient. What it will bring to the sector is actually the resilience, increased resilience, as it could serve as backup for any kind of crisis, natural disasters, technical failures, etc. And also we see this as a way forward to follow. Nevertheless, as I said, we are not very often discussing all together all these elements and finding the practical way how to use and combine rail with space. So there is the task for you actually coming. We count on you on discussions today to bring closer both sectors, to also define better maybe the path to follow, and to make at least a few steps forward towards this synergies between rail and space. With this, I wish you excellent discussions today and very successful ideas that can be further implemented in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lukaniuk, for these encouragements for us to deliver concrete path towards the future and the exploitation of the potential of satellite for rail. I would like now to welcome Mrs. Maria Luisa Dominguez, Chairwoman of ADIF, the Spanish Administrador de Infraestructuras Ferroviarias, excuse me for my accent, and President of EIM. Mrs. Dominguez, the floor is yours.
Confusing. Okay. So, good morning all colleagues and so many known faces. Welcome to Madrid. Ladies and gentlemen participating in this session, thank you all for your presence here in Madrid. Today I'm honored to address you in the context of the Space for Innovation in Rail event on 3 different subjects. The first is to highlight ADIF's commitment with ERTMS rollout. The second will be to introduce 2 European Union initiatives that will be discussed during the later sessions in the next 2 days, and their application for rail. And third, and finally, will be to introduce ADIF's current innovation actions able to use the spatial developments to speed up the roll-up and migration processes. This final element will be explained in full detail tomorrow during the last day of conferences and panels. Over the last years, ADIF and ADIF High Speed have deployed and commissioned 2,800 kilometers of lines with fully operative ERTMS. Such a remarkable achievement has allowed us, and therefore Spain as a member state, to become pioneers and clear references within the European Union for the rollout of the system. Besides that, a huge effort has been done to adapt to the different baselines and migrate to the updated versions of ERTMS, while the lines were in operation, with minimal disturbances caused to traffic and overall transport in those corridors. So, how can we improve our good performance in these processes of rollout and migration? Innovation can be key to improve both. With a smart and new overall strategy for ERTMS migration using the outcomes of innovative actions, it will include a seamless approach, changeability principles, and compatibility considerations. This would foster in the easiest way possible the transition phases of different areas within the European network, both the pioneering ones and those now starting to roll out process. We are aiming that this will be one of the results of Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking, where ADIF is participating as a founding member since 2021. However, rollout still needs an extra boost. Apart from reaching a harmonized approach across the European Union for the evolution of ERTMS architecture and baseline, innovation actions shall include other considerations. These include needs for an increased capacity, maintainability, and safety levels until the targets are met. At the same time, investment costs should be reduced, as well as maintenance and operation of the control command signaling subsystems costs. This would allow for a reduction in rail travel prices, essential to create a shift to rail from other modes. For instance, less trackside equipment associated to the CCS subsystem can be essential to deploy system in lines with services generating less income, such as the low-density lines. But still, the need for train positioning, detection, and communications provided currently by infrastructure assets remain a vital necessity. Let us recall one of the specifications of rail in comparison with other transport modes. Railways are guided transport mode, quite different compared to the case of the road, maritime, and air transportation, where the movement in a three-dimensional space has more degrees of freedom. That's maybe why for railways in its origin, even in position was an important parameter, precision for positioning was not as critical to fulfill safety critical requirements back in the day compared to the other modes of transport. Similar aspects can be said about detection and communication needs in relation to the primary existing operational conditions and number of services in rail. Indeed, demands for transportation have changed significantly over the last 2 centuries in this respect. So, how can satellite applications help enhance the current rail infrastructure capabilities and even in some cases replace them? The truth is that rail has huge infrastructure management implications that could be alleviated by making use of satellite technology. During the next 2 days, we will overview some of the remarkable advancements on the development of spatial technologies applied to rail and its implementation for different use cases. We must consider how, since the last event for Space for Innovation in Rail hosted in Vienna in March 2019, several advances have changed the vision and roadmap for these technologies concerning both passengers and freight traffic, and for several modes of transport, including, of course, the railway sector. European initiatives linked to satellite application will play pivotal roles in enhancing and advancing several modes of transport. Some of these applications are expected to be fully operative before the end of this decade. The rail sector has both common ground and differences with other modes of transport in terms of satellite applications already available or under development that could potentially enhance rail transport operation, passenger experience, and services. Therefore, these European satellite programs are instrumental in promoting safety, efficiency, and innovation within their respective domains. Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, and IRIS² can collectively enhance rail transportation by providing precise positioning, augmented accuracy, but above all, integration of rail transport with other modes, infrastructure monitoring, and sustainability solutions. These benefits can contribute to the safety, efficiency, and overall performance of railways. ADIF has already worked in the past to foster the use of space technology in rail with the RailGap and ERSAT GDC innovation projects. And now we will be making use of these space programs with other partners in Europe's rail joint undertaking to foster rail innovation according to its multi-annual work program, participating actively in its flagship projects as a beneficiary of their consortia. This is foreseen to be more extensively done in FP2 R2 data on FP6 future in relation with ERTMS. Meanwhile, through the Resilience and Recovery Funds, ADIF has started the development for an ERTMS solution for low-density lines. Its implementation will benefit from space technology, and the prototype, worth 3.7 million euros, including advanced communication system, will be deployed for 36 months in the north of Spain to proceed later with testing under different operational rules. Our innovation team will present more information and details about this action during tomorrow's last panels. Finally, I hope you enjoy your stay in Madrid, taking advantage of these 2 intense days of sessions. I'm confident they will include interesting debates and exchanges that will help our common outcomes to be more practical in terms of usability, harmonization, and costs for the rollout of ERTMS across Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, for sharing your thoughts and way forward on satellite solutions applied to rail, important aspect raised on safety and operational challenges and costs. To conclude this session, I have the pleasure of inviting now Mrs. Anna Samsel van Hasteren, Deputy Head of Unit at the Directorate General for Defense, Industry and Space at the European Commission. With her substantial experience in space data service collection, Mrs. Amsel will point us in the right direction for space innovation in rail.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very, very happy to be here today to discuss with you about 2 critical pillars of a modern society, space and rail. These are not just 2 modes of transport. These are also 2 representatives of our aspiration and vision for a better future. The EU Space Programme is a collaborative effort that aims at enhancing Europe's capabilities in satellite technology and space-based applications. It builds upon the success of 2 flagships of the European space innovation and technology, Galileo and Copernicus, which have provided the European Union with satellite navigation and Earth observation. Galileo provides high accuracy and reliable positioning data, reduces our reliance on foreign systems, and enhances EU autonomy and security. It is evidence to the power of collaboration and innovation in the European Union. Copernicus provides space data essential for Earth observation, such as environmental monitoring, disaster management, and climate change assessment. Copernicus data help us to take informed decisions about sustainability policies and developments. The EU Space Programme plays also a crucial role for security and defense, as it is already with Galileo Public Regulated Service. The new secure connectivity constellation, IRIS², will ensure secure and reliable satellite communication to support governmental, military, and critical infrastructure needs. The EU Space Programme fosters, of course, innovation. It supports startups in the space industry, it drives economic growth, and it offers jobs. And this is very much in line with the message that the President von der Leyen passed today to the European Parliament, that Europe needs more innovation to be more competitive. I think the space program is an ample example where Europe delivers on innovative solutions and on improving its competitiveness. As we venture into space, we should not forget the importance of maintaining an efficient and sustainable transport on Earth. Rail transport is a tested solution that has connected communities and countries over centuries. Rail infrastructure and services are also essential for achieving sustainable, efficient and interconnected transport in the Union, and rail sector contributes, of course, to the objectives of the European Green Deal and sustainability. The intersection of space data and services and the rail industry presents a range of opportunities for enhancing efficiency, safety, sustainability and security in the rail transport. So first, navigation and positioning data delivered by Galileo and by EGNOS can improve the information on train positioning, hence improving and increasing the level of safety in the rail transport at a lower cost. Navigation and positioning, we could also imagine that they can be used to develop client-friendly solutions in the field of logistics, allowing tracking and shorter delivery times, important for clients. Second, the use of Copernicus data provides benefits in terms of infrastructure monitoring and detecting hazards around rail infrastructure, such as tracks. And third, the services provided by the Secure Connectivity, IRIS², offer several advantages, for instance, wide coverage, where the terrestrial systems fail, resilience, data security, and real-time monitoring. The integration of space data and services within the rail sector can create a powerful synergy. It can be an enabler for the rail sector to transform its operation and deliver better services to clients at a lower cost. And let me draw a parallel. The use of navigation and positioning data in cars enabled an emergency in-vehicle call already years ago. Now when we buy a new car, it's difficult to imagine that this car would not have a receiver that can receive a signal from GPS or Galileo. So it is our opportunity, and it was basically a very important step for innovation in the automotive industry. Now we need to think about making sure that space data can be a game changer for the rail sector and for the rail industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Samsel. I thank all the speakers from this panel, and I am pleased to see that our commitment to full participation by women has taken a true meaning in this first session. Our next session will be setting the scene, looking at space for expanding ERTMS capabilities. This session will be moderated by DG Move. Unfortunately, as announced previously, the head of unit, Keir Fitch, couldn't be with us today, but we will benefit from the strong expertise from Inigo Cruz-Martinez, Policy Officer in DG Move Unit C4 for rail safety and interoperability. Inigo, the stage is yours.
Good almost afternoon, I guess, in Spain now. Buenas tardes a todos. So I would like to call the members of the panel to the table so we can share and exchange some from their expertise and answer some questions that I would like to ask, but also I will invite you at the end of their interventions to participate and also ask, because I probably will already set the scene. We know that rail and satellites are bound, but how are they? So there are still many questions pending and many answers that we need to hear, hopefully, today and tomorrow. So I would like to invite Ms. Elisabetta Lukaniuk, Mr. Marcin Wojcik, replacing Matthias Rutte, Rodrigo da Costa, Joseph Doppelbauer, and Giorgio Travani. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, first of all, a small rule. You will have 5 minutes to answer the following question. I will need to be a bit sharp on this, otherwise we'll step into too much delay, unfortunately. And also I would like to share with you one thought, because this morning, as it was already mentioned, it was the Statement of the Union. Our President, Ursula von der Leyen, mentioned the following. They say, when Europe is bold, it gets things done. Interesting. They say, let's deliver today and prepare for tomorrow. So the question I got, in general, is how can we deliver? Because we have spoken of the potential outcomes, the potential interfaces between satellites and rail. But do we know how to do it real? If I'm a citizen, an ordinary citizen, taking a train nearby in a touch station, when will I see the trains using satellite technology? That's the big question. But if I'm allowed to be more concrete, taking advantage of all your expertise and your great overview on rail sector and satellite sector, well, I will start with you, Elisabetta, asking you about the Commission position. I mean, what do you expect from all this? What is from your perspective, the way forward?
Thank you very much, Inigo. Actually, I think that I already explained a lot in the introduction, but I would like to just maybe point out to the most important element that should accelerate the deployment in future. So I think that this is the very concrete question of the cost reduction for the industry, but also for the operators and infrastructure managers. And here I would say that rail sector has now the only opportunity, quite exceptional one, being seen as the way that can actually help us to become more sustainable in the transport sector. And when I say this, this means also that there are quite a lot of support, financial resources within the European programs for rail investment, including also works within the Europe's rail joint undertaking, but of course within lots of the EU funding programs. And with this, I would say that the rail sector has to grasp this opportunity and also rethink a bit how they would like to see the sector in the future and how it should look like. And then I think that this link between space and rail, it goes very well together. We have quite a lot of new technologies that are considered, and it's also thanks to the shift to rail, the previous joint undertaking that brought quite a lot of innovation for us that is ready to be taken by the sector. And this concerns automated train operations, this concerns also digital automated coupling, also the future rail mobile communication system. And when thinking about these innovative solutions, we also have to think how to make use and full synergy of the space program and of these opportunities that you have heard already in the introduction presented there, not only about the positioning of the trains, but also concerning the communication. Of course, for all this, we need further works, and I'm happy that today we have all the key players and that we have also
the regulatory part well present, and I see quite a lot of representatives from the sector, from the industry. So this is certainly sort of way to look into the sector in a more innovative way, and it's clearly certain opening that is needed there to consider more innovative solution, but we have this in mind and bring this very boldly, step by step, and put to work in practice for the citizens and for the also companies that transport goods. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Elżbieta. That's very interesting. And building on top of that, I would like now to ask to Marcin. Now, he's an expert on the Trans-European networks. He knows quite well the development of ERTMS and the struggle to develop it. So, what can you tell us maybe about the opportunities and obstacles that you see in order to make this combination real of satellite and ERTMS?
I don't know, can you hear me? Okay. Actually, I'm replacing Matthias Rüte, who is the for ERTMS, and unfortunately he because health issues. And so maybe I will use the fallback scenario. Matthias Rüte is dealing with the ERTMS deployment, and I would like to establish some links between ERTMS deployment and the satellite technology. And I'm sincerely convinced that over the last couple of years we have witnessed a major paradigm shift in Europe. So it's not anymore the discussion if ERTMS should be deployed, it's rather when and how should it be deployed. And we think also that the vocation of ERTMS should be to become the single European rail signaling system, replacing the Class B systems, the conventional systems on the at least 10T network, but potentially also on the entire network in Europe, so that we have only one system in Europe and the Class B systems are going to be decommissioned. And for this we need also a cheaper solution for the regional lines, because it does not make any sense to install hundreds of thousands of balises on some lines where we have 4 or 5 trains a day. So we need a simplified solution, and satellite technology comes very handy. So if we look at the picture, there is a positive business case for uptake of satellite technology. But when we go more into details, the devil is in the details, then we see that for the infrastructure managers there is a perfect business case, because either you don't install the assets trackside, because you don't need all those balises, axle counters and trackside circuits, or you just decommission most of them, if not all. So there is a clear CAPEX and clear OPEX case, because then you don't have to maintain the infrastructure that does not exist. This is also very clear. However, if you look at the operator side, the picture is not that clear, because if you look at the net present value of the investments, it's negative, it's slightly negative. So because the operators will have to invest in the rolling stock, and this is a challenge, because they will have to pay for the success of the infrastructure managers. And they will have to pay not once, not twice, not 3 times, but several times, because they will have to pay for the retrofitting, meaning installation of OBU. They will have to pay for FRMCS. They will have to pay for ATO. They will have to pay for DAC. They will have to pay for satellite installation, and possibly 2 or 3 upgrades. So if you look separately at all those necessary migration processes, which are very important and really necessary, it might end up in the situation that the patient might not survive the cure. It's meaning that the operators might not be able to bear this burden of all those subsequent retrofitting phases. And I'm particularly worried about freight operators, especially the smaller ones, because they are exposed to a fierce competition from the road sector, and they are operating, in many cases, very short fleet, very small fleet which is also very old. So the question is how to tackle it. So we will probably need some offsetting exercise from infrastructure managers towards operators, because if their operators are saying over our dead body, we are not going to invest in the rolling stock because it means the end of our activity, and those green pastures in 10 years, it's not for us because we'll not survive. So we have to find solution. There is a good question to what extent it makes sense to retrofit all those old locals that are in many cases diesel propelled, that are with book value 0, and not to replace them by the new locals that are standardized, modular by design, that are also digital and green, meaning zero tail emission, ticking all the boxes, and as such reduce also the maintenance costs in the future. So we should maybe think in Europe about a scrapping scheme, tackling this problem globally, not that every operator should fight and try to survive on its own, but having a global picture. And I think we'll have this debate in the coming years and months, definitely. So we'll need to find a funding, because it's better for the taxpayer to have ERTMS deployed in a cheap way and have the rolling stock also digital than to prolong the current situation. Very, very short. So maybe 2 more points. From this perspective, it's crucial that we accelerate also the adoption of the specifications for satellite technology in Europe, and we have to make any considerable effort to have the specs adopted in framework of the revision of CCSTSI in 2027. So all hands on the deck. And last point, we should maybe also look across the Atlantic Ocean, because in the United States, they deploy the system, which is of course not as sophisticated as we have in Europe. But they did it roughly on time and on budget. And what is very important, that their system is also based on the satellite technology, and it's 10 times cheaper than the European system. So there are some points to ponder. We should really clearly and very deeply analyze what went wrong there, what are the lessons learned, and what we might learn from the experience in Europe. Because ERTMS is E stands for European, but we should turn this E into G in order to have a global system and to sell it across the world and have a one standard also outside Europe. But if we are not credible in terms of price, we might continue selling ERTMS as a solution for high-speed lines, greenfield products, but we'll definitely not convince countries in Asia to deploy ERTMS as it stands now for regional local lines. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marcin. I mean, there's plenty of questions that we need to solve all together. I mean, it's not a question of, hopefully some of them could be solved these days. We will see. Otherwise, in the coming months and years, as you mentioned. And now, from Earth, I'm looking up and looking at the space. Mr. Rodrigo da Costa. My question is simple. I mean, you know better than anyone in the room about satellite and space technology. So, from your perspective, for you, what type of client is Rail, and how can you help them?
Thank you very much for the question. So good afternoon also from my side. And by the way, thank you very much, Marcin, for your intervention, because I think I'm going to pick up from where you left it. Of course, I will take a little bit the space view, the space perspective. First of all, I see mostly a community of railway experts, so I will just briefly introduce our agency. We are the EU Agency for the Space Program. We are working with many partners, with the European Commission, with European Space Agency and others to implement the EU Space Program. Let me start by saying at macro level, space is important, and space basically, and I think in this context is important to highlight two particular impacts of space. First, space brings benefits. It brings benefits to many sectors. I could highlight here to you a very long list of sectors. Could talk about agriculture, I could talk about energy management, I could talk about banking and financing. I could talk also about other areas of transport, aviation, road transport, maritime. Space brings benefits, and brings benefits concretely to the operation, to making our systems more efficient. And I truly believe that also to the rail sector, space brings those benefits. The second element I would like to highlight is space fosters innovation. Through space data, space technologies, space services, there are plenty of people out there in the academia, startups, big companies, small companies, that use these signals of space to be more innovative and therefore to be more competitive. So when we are talking about potential adoption and the utilization of space data, space services in the rail sector, I would like you to have these two elements in your mind. The first, space can bring benefits concretely to rail. Second, space can make your ecosystem, the ecosystem of the railway sector, more innovative and therefore more competitive. More competitive whenever in Europe, and certainly for the next years, many years, we will have major investments in the rail sector in Europe. But there are other areas of the world. And we know that in Asia, we know that in the Americas, there's a lot of investment already happening and in the future in the rail sector. And certainly, we all want, at least I do, and certainly my EU colleagues want that as well, that the European industry is successful in those sectors, and it will be successful if it is competitive. Now, coming back to the rail sector and how space can benefit, a few things have already been mentioned. It has been mentioned, in particular, the positioning element. You may or not know, one of the big aspects of the EU space is about positioning, talking about Galileo, our global satellite navigation system, global coverage, and in particular as well our augmentation system, EGNOS. EGNOS is particularly relevant for rail. It has been developed for aviation. Curiously, today it's very much used in aviation, by the way, but it's actually also very much used in agriculture. More than 95% of all the tractors that are sold in the EU, they are equipped with EGNOS. And we are working, and we would like to work together with our partners of the European Railway Agency, Europe's Rail and others. We would like to work to bring also EGNOS to rail. Because EGNOS has certain capabilities that are interesting and attractive for the rail sector. Certainly the element of integrity. Then, of course, and positioning is important. Then, of course, there is the element of communications. We are making in the Union a big effort in developing secured communication capabilities. GovSatcom, IRIS2 was already mentioned. IRIS2 is about secured communication capabilities. And I will not elongate myself a lot because I know most of the focus of this conference is when it comes to navigation and the use of Galileo EGNOS. But there is as well a session tomorrow, I invite you to stay, where we will be talking about SATCOM and how the future European secure communication capability can be brought also into the rail domain. Last but not least, I don't go through the full list you have there on my back, and I see you all taking pictures, so very good, you can go through it at home. I would mention Copernicus. Copernicus on the Earth observation domain. Copernicus is important, again, not really the topic of the conference, but maybe, for example, very useful when we look at the infrastructure managers, and we had Adif speaking just before. For example, things such as track maintenance, monitoring activities, Earth observation is important. I mean, and one of the things that space brings to you is coverage, because by nature, all these systems, they cover everywhere, where there are people, where there are no people, in the fields, in the cities, etc., etc. And they bring reliability, in particular those that are built to be extra reliable. Now, the conference that we have had back in Vienna in 2019 has been mentioned. At that point in time, with our partners, we discussed and worked on a stepwise approach to deploying GNSS in ERTMS. We continue progressing, by the way, and of course, since then, we have developed a number of projects. I think you will see them across the days. There are many presentations on the result of technology development projects, or if you want, pilot projects, experimental projects that are bringing the adoption of the technology forward. Now, from now on, we want to go further. We have worked together in the recent months, and we have worked together to put down an action plan. Certainly, it's an action plan that is ambitious. But I think the rail sector and the push that there is on the rail sector fully justifies our ambition. And we are ultimating the details because we really want to push forward, and we really, that is our intention, also that of our partners, we really want to bring space to the tracks. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Quite interesting. And now we are moving to Joseph, who has the other perspective. He is from rail. So, you know better than anyone else the rail perspective. So, how do you see satellite technology? What are the challenges and the problems that it could help rail to answer from your perspective?
Many thanks, Inigo. Good afternoon, everyone. And I just would like to come back to the commitment of President Ursula von der Leyen to the Green Deal targets that she mentioned this morning in her State of the Union address. And I just would like to repeat that rail is a very environmentally friendly mode of transport. Per transport unit, person kilometer, ton kilometer, about 10 times less emissions than other transport modes such as the car or the aircraft. Now, and Marisa addressed it in her speech, rail is a guided mode of transport, and the environmental advantages come from the fact that we have very low friction between the wheel and the rail. This is an enormous advantage, but there is a price to pay. The price to pay is that we have long braking distances. And many here in this room have the task, working in the control command and signaling domain, to develop and maintain systems that protect trains from each other so that we avoid derailments and collisions. So, in short, we can solve fundamental problems of rail, meaning to detect the position and the speed of trains, but also the safe communication between trains and between trains and ground with satellite-based technology. And Rodrigo has already mentioned, we are cooperating, Europe's Rail, EUSPA and ERA, to seek optimum solutions. And we have heard from Marcin the economic background. We also need to seek solutions that are protecting the investment that has already been made and that remain cost efficient. Now, coming back to another problem of rail. So, one issue is clearly the need to have safety systems. The other problem that we have is the fragmentation in rail. Unfortunately, we have many national systems that are not interoperable, that still have a long lifetime, and that also complicate ERTMS, because if you have to have a number of STMs, if you have to integrate these, this all makes ERTMS ERTMS very costly. Martin mentioned the price difference between the American PTC and ERTMS of a factor of 10. I could also add that I myself, I'm working on ERTMS since 1992. If I count correctly, this is 31 years. And PTC has been deployed in 3 years. So there is a significant difference in cost, but also in speed of development. A top priority for us, therefore, is to get to one European system which can be effectively developed, which can be deployed effectively and maintained effectively, because we don't have to double develop, to double equip, and to double maintain. And we heard Barbara Dahler in her speech. The European Parliament in 21, in their resolution, already asked for a more intensive collaboration between ERTMS and the European satellite navigation problem. Now, finally, coming to some challenges. The European Union Agency for Railways is committed to integrating GNSS technologies into the ERTMS specification. GNSS has to become an integrative part of ERTMS, and we will develop this new version of the legal framework for the next TSI package, which is scheduled for around 2027. Just for your information, and if you are interested, the current TSI 22-23 was just published last week, Wednesday, 6th of September, and will enter into force soon. Now, with this integration in the legal framework, we of course want to advance the digitalization of rail operation, and we also want to improve efficiency. Efficiency also in terms of predictive maintenance. There are some prerequisites. Firstly, we need an agreed architectural approach, and the system pillar within Europe's rail will help us to arrive there. Then, of course, we need the demonstration from the side of GNSS that we can achieve the necessary safety level, that we can produce reliable and standardized products, that we can demonstrate a clear business case for everyone, and Martin mentioned the challenges, and I believe we also need to address the security challenges. In the last couple of weeks, we heard issues about some functionality in Poland that allows hackers to stop trains on the go. Over the weekend, some left groups just set cables on fire in Germany, also stopping trains. And I understood that during the war in Ukraine, the Russians were quite effective in blocking satellite signals. So we also need solid, concrete answers to these challenges. But we are here today to discuss solution and to also showcase the progress that has been made since 2019. I am very much looking forward to an interesting conference. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Joseph. That was also quite interesting. So now we are concluding with Giorgio, who has the perspective of the undertaking Europe's Rail, where the nice ideas, technological ideas, become a reality for the sector. So from your perspective, how do you see the sector working on the goals that we have discussed, on the problems that we have mentioned? How do you see it?
Thank you, Inigo. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So, I am the last of the panel with the obvious difficult task not to repeat all the good things that has been already said. So, maybe, how do we make it concrete? I'm going back actually to something that is a bit less concrete, because we need to start with understanding the context in which we are operating, and all the different possibilities and opportunities that we have also from political declarations. So we heard before that the Special Commissioner for Transport mentioned that using space for rail is a clear opportunity. Very good. We have heard that this morning the presidents of the EU mentioned that one of the key concerns for the future will be the European competitiveness. Very good. But how do we harness all of these? How do we translate these opportunities that also satellite can provide to the rail transport in concrete action? And I think what we have provided all together, and with also the fact that we have a European rail joint undertaking, we have provided the framework under which this can be made possible. And it will be up to you to deliver it. We have set in Europe's rail a certain number of challenges that we would like to tackle, and a great number of them can be addressed also through the use of satellite. So we have seen that satellite could make rail more efficient, because we can then position with more accuracies and maybe in real time the train, and then apply different type of technologies to it. We can have a more cost-efficient solution. Marcin mentioned it. But all of these, we want to have a global ERTMS system, so also increasing the competitiveness, so with a real concrete case, and addressing also all the legacy systems. So if we get rid of some components, there is no more legacy, and this is in a way also good. So how do we make it happen? I think we need to have a structural and coherent approach. I think we already made a first step, and the first step is that we have created a research and innovation program that is addressing this, and this is in Europe's rail, so it's the European Rail Research and Innovation Program. And it's good that we have been setting it up, and it's not written in stone. So today we are still further fine-tuning it. And one example of this is the collaboration that we're having now with the European Union Agency for Space, and as well as with the European Union Agency for Railway, and also ESA at the end, so that we can make a reality with the action plan that also Rodrigo mentioned, the use of satellite in rail. We also need to realize that we're not starting from scratch. So a lot has been already done in the previous Shift to Rail program. We heard from Marisa as well at national level. So what we need to do is to bring everything together under one roof. And it's not because I want that you bring under one roof, but it is sincerely, I believe that at the end we need to have one solution, one standard that will be applicable in the TSI in 2027, on which, of course, competitiveness and all of you, all the manufacturers, will compete to have an appropriate and cost-efficient solution. Concretely speaking, we have in the current program, in flagship project 2, we are planning 8 demonstration activities on the use of satellite for rail. I'm sure you will hear them later on in these conferences, but just to mention, there will be several companies working on them, manufacturers and research center providing solutions to this challenge. And I name them because it's important, it's a commitment also from those companies to ensure that a solution is there and available for defining better the technical specifications that will enter in 2027. Those demonstrations will be starting in 2025. They are ITRL level demonstration. We will have Indra, we will have SAIT, we will have Thales GTS, we will have AGD, Siemens, Airbus, Alstom, Mermec, and DLR, all of them providing technical solutions for those demonstrations. And those demonstrations will cover well, obviously, trains running under different type of conditions, but we will try also to benefit from other innovation. So not looking again in isolation, looking at the program in an integrated way, and in this integrated way, we also look for autonomous solution, autonomous test train run, and also freight, which let's not forget. Before, as Beata mentioned, also the importance of the digital automatic coupler. Also, I think Marcin mentioned the different investments that all of these will create, but we need to be able to package them together so that we harness all the opportunities. And the last point, so we need to close the circle. So research for research is not enough, even with good demonstrator. We needed to capitalize that, the collaboration with the agency we have already mentioned, to put it into the TSI, but to have all the sector agreeing about it and working with what we have created, the system pillar, to make it possible. So we need to be sure that everybody is on board. And the last point is the investment. So we need to have a migration plan that is solid, a migration plan that is European, and we need to have the deployment capability to make it happen, both in terms of resources, in terms of industry, from the industry point of view, but also in terms of financial resources and capability, also human capability to make it happen. So all of these, just to tell you that we have the framework to make sure that this is happening, and now the work is back to you to ensure that we have a solution, to ensure that this solution is one, to ensure that we have the architectural element and that we can go forward for the next step, which will be the deployment.
Thanks a lot, Giorgio. So I know we are a bit out of time, but let's find 5 minutes more for questions. So if anyone has a question, please feel free to raise your hand and we will approach the micro. And in the meantime, I will be a bit bold with you and I will ask you the question I got in mind. Man, you already mentioned about an action plan, the legal framework, the new TSIs for 2027, but from the citizen perspective, educated guess, in which date, which year do you think citizens will see satellite technology being part of railways and taking advantage of it? 2030, 2025, 2050? You tell me from your perspective. Let's be bold and see if others here in the room share that vision.
I will try to tackle the question by turning it around, as maybe as a politician would do. First thing, citizens are seeing space every day, even if they don't see it. Most of you use your maps thing to come here. You were using space data. You saw your weather forecast. You're using space data, etc., etc. It is a good question, but ultimately, I don't think it really matters. I think what really matters is when are users going to see an even better and better and better rail system. And certainly, this is a stepwise process that passes through many things, including space, but not exclusively space. I mean, I'm very far from considering that space is the unique and ultimate solution to all the issues of rail, but certainly we want to contribute to that. And as well, again, space will play a very important role, I believe, in the competitiveness of European industry at large, but also in the rail sector. Because at a certain point in time, or not at a certain point in time, already today, but more and more, our actors, the manufacturers, the train manufacturers, the signal manufacturers, the one that build tracks, etc., will want to go outside the EU and will want to acquire business. And they will be able of doing that if their products, if their solutions are competitive, not among Europeans, but against the Americans, against the Asians, the Asian companies, etc., etc. And there, again, space can play a fundamental sector. Then, seeing space concretely on the rail sector, I think I better hand the question to the rail experts.
Well, I would be tempted to say we already have space applications in rail. We already have a tracking system for wagons. We also already have some signaling applications. some of these applications since quite some time. I mentioned the TSI package 2223. This new TSI package contains a fundamental precondition, which is the modularity, because that modularity allows to add, and we will specify it in the next TSI, to add this positioning subsystem in a standardized manner, and satellite-based positioning can be one of the key technologies in this positioning module. Now, if we calculate and if we take into account all the results that should come out of the demonstration activities from Europe's rail, I would count that serious products should hit the market in 2030. Yeah? That seems to be a realistic perspective. We have the precondition now, we have the development going on, we will conclude the standardization of these aspects in 27, and then give the industry 3 years to come up with products that can be deployed. That should be a target that we should all be working to.
Please go ahead.
I just would like to add a bit. Let's not forget that we shouldn't have a fixed single target. In the sense, if you look what we're going to do, I have mentioned and Joseph also repeated the fact that we're going to have demonstration activities in 2025, and all of these will provide it. But the story is not finished there. So it's just the first step. The constant innovation that we need to put into the system in a faster pace than what maybe we have been done in the past, and this modularity, I'm sure it will help a lot the rail system. The last call of Europe's rail for research and innovation activities will happen in 2027. And then there is a project that will last 2 or 3 years. So already here you can see that there will be already further innovation, and the activities will not stop with Europe's rail, even if if there is a continuation or not, in any case, research and innovation will not stop. So my message to you is also, try yourself also to be bold, use the new instruments architecture that we are putting in place to allow modularity, and innovate as soon as you can. Don't wait for a fixed deadline that we're going to tell you to implement. Please.
Yeah, first of all, as regards the date, so any date in the future and any delay, an additional year is just a lost year for the European railways and also for European taxpayers. This is clear. So we have to be very ambitious. And I would say that we might expect the uptake much earlier than in 2030. So I'm convinced that, for example, Finnish colleagues, I don't know if there are any Finnish colleagues in the room, are going to implement satellite technology even before 2030. So in the next possibly 5 years, there should be already some lines definitely equipped, and maybe not equipped exactly trackside with that many balises as we do now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Also, it's promising perspectives. I don't know if there's any remaining question in the room, if anyone wants to ask something, or everybody wants to leave the room just to go for the coffee.
Jaroslav Haltov, Chairman of the Europe's Rail States Representatives Group. I have a very simple question. I very appreciate all the presentations, speeches of all our speakers here. And when looking at the slide of EUSPA, about the products and services, I have a simple question. Space services can help railway for further development. There is no fact against. It doesn't work? Yeah. My question is how or if also the rail community can ask to develop some services which will fit to better services in railways. So vice versa, in opposite.
Thank you very much. And it is indeed a symbiotic approach, because there is the both aspects. And I think, by the way, it's part of the discussions we have been having, is how to bring and how to bring space in general into the rail sector. And it will go in steps. Today, there are a number of services already being provided from space. For example, looking at EGNOS, it provides integrity, it's used in aviation, so it has the safety of life component, etc., etc. It provides a number of capabilities that already today can be helpful, or are helpful in the railway domain. So the first step certainly needs to be, and this is, if you want, the shorter term, to deploy that into the rail sector. But there will be more, and certainly the systems and the services as they exist today, they will not be able, they will not fulfill all the potential that there is in space for rail. For us, conversely, it's very important to listen to the user needs. For example, when we develop a new service, we are right now developing one for the maritime world, we are consulting with the maritime actors to understand what are the needs and what can be provided by the current system and how the system will have to evolve in order to provide even more. And certainly this exchange exists, but will more and more exist in the future also with the rail sector. So certainly there are the two aspects. There is a first aspect is from what exists today, what can we bring now? And certainly, I mean, we have all our delays, but what can be brought as ASAP? Second, how can the systems evolve to bring even more? And that will be through user consultations, through the dialogue with the representatives, certainly the agencies, certainly with ERA, certainly with Europe's Rail, but also in the consultations with the different associations, be it the manufacturers, the operators, the infrastructure owners, etc., etc.
Okay, I don't see any other... Oh, I see a last question there.
Okay, thanks. I hope this is a short question now, but I see one problem in your storyline. The rail domain is just one of many customers of space services. So especially, I'm coming from the communication part, a satellite provider, it does not care. The rail providers are just one of many customers. So my question is, does the rail domain need special services, especially from the communication part? If yes, how can we implement this? Because the space operators won't easily or only provide something with very high costs. And this could be a problem. So can we live with consumer services, for example? Which I believe is possible in many cases, but not in all. So.
I guess the question is to me, and I will try to answer. So now we are talking about telecom, right? The telecommunication domain. And certainly GSM was also not developed for rail, and still rail uses particular parts of the GSM domain. So there was an evolution from there. Looking at the telecom, what is happening, what is happening in the sector is there will be a gradual integration of ground-based networks and space-based networks. We see a big increase on the constellation side for many reasons, in many different applications, from the pure consumer market up to the security area. I mean, for those of you that have followed, for example, the first days of the Russian aggression to Ukraine, their satellite communication was extremely important. important, and in particular a US private company played an important role in that. In the European Union we want to do, and we will do, something ourselves. It's called IRIS, is a secured communication network which will serve a mix, will serve private users, so there is a private part to the network, but will also serve government and governmental authorized users. And potentially, and the government and governmental authorized users will be served with secured services, with different level of security depending on the particular needs. Certainly there are different areas. A military customer may not need the same type of security as a governmental agency. There will be different aspects. But those services will be provided with a certain service level agreement. So the users of those services will have the guarantee of that service. Then we will need certainly, and soon will be the time, to enter into the dialogue with the rail sector, whether the services that are planned, similar to what happened years ago on the GSM, are sufficient for the rail sector, or whether there are particular needs that will require a rail secure sector on the telecom side. And this will be defined, and this will be part of the normal evolution. There is no single. I don't think there will be a single telecom system just for one particular application, but it's important that the telecom systems, they provide solutions to the different applications according to the different needs. I hope I answered.
Thanks a lot, Rodrigo. Well, I think, Catherine, correct me, but it's time for a coffee break. Well deserved for all. So I would like to ask you for a big applause to all the panelists for valuable contributions.
Thank you.
Please just note we will give a little bit more time for the coffee break, so if we meet again at 3:10 in the room, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I invite you to take your seats. We will start the next session. We still have a big panel to look at. And we would like to finish on time to be able to have the relaxing part of the evening afterwards at the Rail Museum. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Dear participants, thank you very much for being with us and in numbers. This shows really the interest that the rail community and space community have for the topic of satellite solutions. We are discovering all the challenges and moving forward with our action plan, as I can see throughout this day. So please stay with us, online participants as well. We will now start the second panel discussion, and to discuss the important milestone of bringing innovation to the market and evaluate if satellites are on track. I will now invite on stage Mrs. Léa Pathiès, Senior Program Manager at Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking. Mrs. Pathiès is in charge of our activities on train controls and traffic management. Léa, the floor is yours.
Minor size adjustment here, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be your host for the next hour and 45 minutes. It seems long, it's gonna be okay. We have a lot of nice speakers lined up just here, ready to present on one side and explain the status of their development on the other side. So this is the first technical session. We are going to try and do not make it too technical. We're gonna give you a bit of a snapshot of where we are. For those of you who were in Vienna almost 4 years ago, you might remember that similar type of session where we will start with an introduction on the most relevant projects on the side of EUSPA and EU Rail, and then we will move towards a panel discussion. To do so, I'm gonna call Daniel Lopour from EUSPA. It's going to be a tandem presentation to start with in order to provide a little bit of introduction, a little bit of background. A lot of things will have been said in the panel before, but I think it's good to put things into perspective and into context. Welcome, Daniel, and we are ready to go. I'm going to start with a excellent question that is on the slide. Are satellites on track? Huh?
Thank you very much, Léa, but frankly speaking, you are always sort of good in putting difficult questions. Huh? I have to admit that this one is quite complex, but also in the context of what we have heard in the previous session, I guess that maybe we should take it straight from the beginning, no? So I would answer to you that indeed satellites are above the track, first of all above. Yeah. Speaking about Galileo, it's around 23,000 kilometers. Yeah. But then there is also EGNOS, it's even higher above, and it's not moving so fast. Yeah. So Galileo makes it roughly twice a day around the globe. Whereas EGNOS is a bit more like, a bit more static, not too much orbiting around anymore. And EGNOS is 36,000 kilometers and is sitting there safely parked in the geostationary orbit. And I would say that it's an ideal candidate for a long-term relationship with the railway infrastructure managers for deployment. And for what concerns being above the track, okay, well, we have satellites that can even be under the track. And it's the Copernicus system, which was addressed here before, which can even, for example, monitor soil moisture via radar data. It's actually used, even in Europe. In one of the contributing missions of Copernicus, satellites are used to really determine what is the condition under the railway track. And we are also on the track. And on the track, we are with Copernicus as well, monitoring, for example, growth of vegetation. Or there is a new Copernicus service available to the users, which is monitoring the ground motion. With that, the infrastructure managers can be well aware of the condition of the track, even without the necessity of visiting it from a certain perspective, of course. So, to sum it up, as the executive directors and colleagues from the European Commission and the whole team said, GNSS is widely adopted, indeed, in different operations. We have clear point to make that it is adopted namely in the non-safety critical applications, like, for example, passenger information systems. You hardly find the modern trains without the information for the passengers. I mean, just coming back to Czech Republic, I'm from Czech Republic, so by chance there is an application of the National Railway Company, which if you buy a ticket even informs you via the mobile phone when you should get out of the train. That's one thing for sure. And then we have logistics. So it was already mentioned over here that there is a number of railway wagons in Europe that are equipped with the tracking device. It's actually more than 150,000 wagons. It's a large quantity that is already equipped like that. And it's not only used to track the wagons, to provide information to the customers where the wagon actually is, but it's used apparently in many, many different including, for example, billing operation to the customers. So you can, in a better way, estimate the time of arrival of such a shipment or the wagons itself, connected with what is on board. It's at the arrival of the wagons to the end destination, to the customer, actually issue and bill the customer faster. So it's even improving the financial conditions of the operations. Okay, so this is a bit of positive news for the beginning, but for what concerns all what I just said until now, it might be quite clear to everyone that having an information when to get off the train, if something like that fails, okay, what can happen in the worst case scenario? You miss your stop and you exit one stop later. However, for the safety of operation, this is a different story, and over there, we are not there. And there are some countries actually around the world which made it already. We have to note clearly that, for example, as you see on the slide, we put the positive train control in the US as one of the examples. It is a different system, clearly. It is another range of a system which cannot be fully compared with the ERTMS. But still, they made it in the United States to deploy GNSS in a safety-relevant operation, in a quasi-signaling operation. So it is a confirmation that this is possible. For what concerns continuation of the reiteration of the last panel, it has been on the slides as well. The European Parliament made a resolution in 2021. And it pointed out a couple of elements for us in order to keep us focused as well. I put in the bullets that you see there, and I would like to comment a little bit just on the bullets very briefly. So, first of all, the synergies between ERTMS and GNSS. This is something that was pointed out here also by the Commission. This is clear and understandable. But the European Parliament also calls, namely, on the EU railway industry to develop or help with development of technical solutions. And I can confirm that this is already happening. The EU railway industry since years is working together with us in the projects, participating actively in many R&D projects funded by both USPA, EU Rail, also European Space Agency, and is trying to seek for the solutions. But where we need to focus more in the future is also to find a common tone between the different solutions that come out of these projects as a result. Because, as Josef was saying before, and also, by the way, Giorgio, what we need to focus on is to arrive at a situation where we have a single solution for ERTMS, and the reason for that is that we need to maintain in Europe interoperability. Then, the Europe actually called on the Commission to consider introducing GNSS in the TSI revision as soon as possible. As we have heard also in the last panel, this is something that is fully taken on board, and we are trying to deliver everything to make this happen. And it also calls for a more, let's say, tangible and increased cooperation between the agencies involved. And this is what is on the next slide. It's also actually happening, like in the case of the commitment of railway industry, together with the infra managers and operators involved in our projects. So the close coordination is happening. First of all, we were developing, also with the involvement of the railway sector, cost-benefit analysis. First, our cost-benefit analysis that was done from the technological standpoint, but also the ERTMS users group developed one, which is publicly available on their website, on the site of the localization working group, which is very positively concluding on the benefits that GNSS can bring to the railway infrastructure managers. Maybe for what concerns the next point, Lea, you could step in and help me out a bit.
I am. It was already mentioned during the introductory panel by the Executive Director of Europe's Rail, but it's clear that in the new program, GNSS is high on the agenda. It's fully part of the program. We will see in a few minutes presentation from two coordinators of those flagship projects. But clearly, it is again high on the agenda and fully embedded into our technical program.
As a follow-up, we started to participate more actively in the sectorial groups. One of them is also the system pillar, where EUPA is participating as an observer and sort of gateway to space in order to be closer to you, to be closer to the railways, to make sure that we can react faster in case of any additional issues, questions that might appear, like, for example, the one stated by Josef connected with the security issues, etc. So we need to make sure that we connect with the relevant experts in each of the area where needed.
Big words are fine, but we actually need to put the resources to the task. I'm happy to at least say that for now there is a high commitment on the side of the rail sector, especially in the Europe's Rail program, in order to start preparing the development, to start preparing those activities. It's been mentioned in the panel before, we have big demonstrators planned to happen in 2025 and 2026. Preparation is ongoing, and especially on the providing rail requirements for possible EGNOS service, which is needed for those demonstrators. So we are at the beginning of the work, a lot of work on the table. We are not at the end, but at least there is a real feeling of cooperation and work on the side of the rail sector on this topic.
Indeed, I can confirm that. Actually, as you will see in the next slide, from our projects that were happening in the past, many of these requirements can be derived, but what is necessary is to align, again, at the sectorial level, on the requirements on the final solution that is comfortable for rail in order to feed it into the process of development of the respective service of EGNOS that will be then prepared by the EU Space Program. For what concerns also the additional elements that are needed in order to make the story a reality, and by 2030, as it was mentioned, to arrive at the situation where we could possibly have some products on the market, we already started to anticipate a bit to work on the receiver side. In frame of our fundamental elements program of EUSPA, we are funding the development of receiver prototypes. There are currently 2 projects running. They have been recently extended by 6 months, but that's another story. But still, they will deliver their results after the end of the year to make sure that there are some demonstrator receiver sandboxes from where it can be taken on board for what concerns development of a full receiver suitable to work with the new EGNOS service and be possibly defined and developed for the demonstrators. Yeah, maybe the last point, this was already mentioned here as well, but I would like to escalate a little bit that for what concerns the EU SATCOM, we are actually bringing SATCOM indeed very fast on board of our activities, and it will be one of the topics also of the upcoming user consultation platform. I will spend a couple of words about that tomorrow as well. And now, for what concerns this slide, it's showing a bit more how the research and development ecosystem should be visualized from our side in order to work with some kind of more organized perspective of collaboration between the agencies. And here I would suggest to take it bottom up from the technological driven contribution of EUSPA. We are dedicating significant resources to R&D projects in the area of GNSS in rail. There has been several successful and conclusive projects, like, for example, STARS. Some of you might still remember doing large-scale measurement campaigns. Then projects like ERSAT or Helmet, CLAG. All of these are somehow taking a look at the topic from the technological perspective. However, this is not where the story ends. This should be foreseen as a sort of technological view and a supplier to the layers above. And I will leave to Lea, if you might help me with it.
I will just add before I continue up in the pyramid, this is just a view. Do not take it as a process. I'm talking to the engineers in the room. This is not a formal process of just to clarify this, because I know the audience. But to continue, I will just anticipate what Frédéric and Alessandro will present. And what I had already said, we have 2 flagship projects in phase 1 of Europe's Rail program that have started at the end of last year. Future, FP6 Future and FP2 R2 they will be presented in a few minutes. These are for the moment really the basis for the work on the topic on our side, and high expectations regarding delivery on those projects is currently quite high. Mentioning the system pillar, that's why I wanted to say this is not a formal process. System pillar comes next in the sense of making sure that the solution to be developed, and as we said, interoperable and unique solution developed, is mature enough to make it outside of the program. The interaction with the system pillar is not just happening when we have the solution. Obviously, there are interactions already now on the architectural elements and so on. That's why I was saying it's not a process. It's just a view and simplified view of the ecosystem, like Daniel mentioned. But system pillar is already playing a big role, but will play a big role, important role in the future. Last but not least, and it was mentioned by Giorgio Travaini, is that we're not doing research just for the sake of research. We're doing research so that it reaches the market. And in this case, we're doing research so that it reaches the regulatory framework. And the colleagues from the European Railway Agency will also play a big role in this triangle, into making sure that outside of any discussion on the date, that at least we are making it with the right level of quality and maturity for the regulatory framework documents. Last slide for Daniel and Lea. This is just an overview of the next steps from basically now until 2025, 2026. Like it was mentioned, we're currently in the setup of common working groups. We're working initially on these EGNOS requirements, and it will be done in FP2R2 data, but also globally the general framework of collaboration between the different agencies. So this is ongoing. and hopefully will be closed very soon. Next step will be, well, the actual technical work and preparing those demonstrators so that we make it by the deadline and we make it with the actual demonstrators that are currently expected to happen in 2 or 3 years. Daniel?
Yeah, I can confirm everything that you say, Lea, indeed. And in fact, it took us a bit of time. I agree that we took to develop the work breakdown structure, but at the working level, I believe that it was a pretty good job, and it's a really consistent way of going ahead and moving towards delivery for the EU rail demand status in 2025, and nowadays we are ahead of an internal process in the agency to review and approve, and then as a next step execute also the working plan from our side. For what concerns the demonstrators, these should be started in 2025, and we will not end in this stage to continue providing support from the side of EUSPA, from especially the engineering standpoint, the consultancies needed, as well as in frame of continuation of our R&D programs, and facilitation of the exchange between rail and space. What I would like to also highlight again, that the most important, in my opinion, job that will be ahead of us is to make sure that we can jointly align on one solution in order to support the vision of one European railway and one single signaling system delivering the benefits that we have foreseen already some time ago, and that we can hopefully fulfill also together with GNSS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michel Rosen has a question. No? For Daniel. Okay.
You proudly presented that you are also now working on EU SATCOM. Interesting. And before we go into details of all the researches, we also have something called FRMCS, Future Rail Mobile Communication Service. I don't think that you're going to talk about that today, because it is differently organized, but can you give us a little bit of an indication of whether SATCOM is also going to be then integrated in FRMCS?
You open up a wonderful box, Michel, mixing two
and I thought that you are the worst. No? Okay, so FRMCS, what is it? Future Rail Mobile Communication System, am I right? You confirm? Okay, so let me give you a little bit of perspective. Similarly, as in case of GNSS, at the space program, we work in a way that before producing any kind of service, we start with the collection of the user requirements. I slightly touched the base on that before, and I thought to elaborate a bit more tomorrow, but already now I will announce it. I can say that on the 7th of November, you are all cordially invited. There will be a user consultation platform of EUSPA happening in frame of the EU Space Week in Sevilla. And over there, for the first time, we will open the floor also for Copernicus and SATCOM. And I would really like to ask you, Michel, and all the other potential contributors for your help, because it's over there where we would like to have a first kind of food for thought. What could actually be the requirements on SATCOM in the context of FRMCS that we could possibly, or not possibly, this is still to be seen, deliver. And this is something that should start as soon as possible as the debate, because as you might have seen, and it will be reiterated also tomorrow, the schedules of IRIS² are quite tight. And therefore, I would kind of like to jointly cooperate with you in the same way as in case of GNSS on elaboration of these requirements as soon as possible, so that we can link it to the ongoing work. And to be frank with you, we are not fully orientated from the side of the space program as of today of what could be the concrete space for IRIS² inside of FRMCS, but we are happy to help and would like to hear from you what could be the way forward. I trust that I informed you conveniently.
Thank you very much. No more question for now. I mean, we have a packed agenda, but it's still a democracy. So one more question, otherwise then we move on because the 4 presenters are lined up and eager to come and present on stage. Okay, good. Jose Bertolin will be the first presenter of project's results. He is coordinator of CLUC2, project financed by EUSPA, and he has a few minutes to present you, to present you the results of CLUC2 and how it is relevant in the context of this discussion.
Thank you, Lea, and thank you, Daniel, for this good presentation. I think that I can tell that based on the presentation that you have done, we have a good spirit between ERGU and EUSPA. So this is a good first step in order to go forward. But I would like to make your words also mine regarding this integration and this collaboration, that it is an important message that we have to emphasize. I will come back afterwards in my slides. But probably CLUC2 is a good example of this integration, because basically CLUC2 is taking information from Shift2Rail, outcomes of Shift2Rail, in order to improve something and to continue later in ERGU. But, okay. So just a brief summary of the project. The project started in February 2023, and now we are in the 7th month. So for the time being, we have progressed a bit, but just in requirements and user needs. The duration will be 24 months, and it will end in January 2025. The consortium is mainly constituted by relevant stakeholders in Europe, in the space, and also in the railway sector. The project is coordinated by UNIFE, assisted by SNCF as a technical leader, and administratively from RINASI. As you can see there, we have 3 of the main infrastructure managers in Europe, DB, SNCF, SVB, and also very relevant manufacturers in the rail sector, Siemens and CAF, and in the space sector, Airbus and Syntony. And finally, we have a representative of the academia, ENAC, with a big expertise in the GNSS sector. Oh, we cannot read the slide. It is a pity, but okay, I hope that I can manage it. So, basically, as I said before, the project CLUC2 is a continuation of CLUC 2.0, is a continuation of a previous project called CLUC, where most of the partners in this second project were involved. The main objective is to demonstrate and to complement the ETCS odometry system, and in this case, through a onboard EGNSS plus EGNOS based multi-sensor fusion algorithms, to contribute to the absolute safe train positioning plus navigation, also considering a new paradigm for the train positioning, how it is computed today. So basically, we cannot understand, this is the main objective not only for CLUC, also for CLUC2, is the global objective of these initiatives, and we cannot understand what CLUC2 is doing without CLUC1, because honestly, CLUC2 tries to go a step forward in the maturity of the outcomes obtained in CLUC1, and also to increase the tier level of this. So basically, just a few words regarding CLUC1. It is mainly dedicated to 2 objectives. One is the multi-sensor fusion approach, to demonstrate the feasibility of this solution and also to the safe functional architecture using the GNSS plus EGNOS. For that, the consortium counted with simulation analysis, also with a measurement campaign to obtain sensor data, and developed localization functions in order to post-process the data, and also a first proof of concept of the safety functional architecture. Finally, they perform a RAMS analysis in order to assess the safety level of all the functions already developed. So, what is new in CLAC 2? So, continue with the activity already performed. They will complement and consolidate the user requirements and the user needs and the system requirements already developed in CLAC 1, also tackling not only the alone track, that it was the functionality performed in CLAC 1, also the track selectivity and the startup missions. Also, they will consolidate the architecture defined in CLAC 1, and they will prototype new functionalities. As it is right in there, the track selectivity and safety, also the fault detection exclusion algorithms, the confidence interval computation, and the global integrity concept. The runs will be improved considering the new architecture that we will define, or the adapted architecture that we will define in CLAC 2. And finally, everything will be live demonstrated and replayed in Switzerland in some test train. So basically, CLAC 2 wants to go in a higher TRL in order to achieve the next step. Just my last slide, I need to emphasize the message at the beginning. And this is a clear example of a project that it is linking different agencies. So, CLAC 2 is taking information from previous USPA projects, like CLAC, for example, because it is the continuation, but also EGNSSR, but also X2Rail 5, that it is a project coming for the previous program of Shift2Rail. And their outcomes are going to feed R2 data, and the main objective is first to demonstrate the feasibility of the GNSS use in the signaling solutions, but also to validate and to contribute to the future standard. And in this case, it has been mentioned before for many speakers, the future TSN releases. So this is all from my side. I hope that I fit the time. In any case,
Perfect.
It is very brief. So we have a web page, we have a LinkedIn, and you can also contact me if you are interested in this activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jose. Unless there is a very, very, very urgent technical question, I would suggest that we move on to the next presenter. My dear, Francesco will present the EU-SPA project helmet. I suggest that we move on in order to have a bit of the full picture, and if we have a bit of time at the end of this small session, I'll allow some questions. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Lea. Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon to everybody. I will move on the helmet project. Helmet was a project funded by EUSPA, and which has been recently concluded, and which was conceived as a multi-sector project, tried to combine the needs of driverless cars, train management system, and drones. Drones flying above the railways for transport, for logistic reasons, or for just for surveillance. The important starting point of helmet was to use EGNOS. EGNOS as it is today, Galileo and local network, and use also the new standard messages which are being standardized by the committee, the RTCM committee, where all the manufacturers of GNSS receiver are contributing. So this will be a new class of receivers conceived for integrity and for accuracy. Synergy with the automotive application. There are several years that we discussed these things in the conference, that we have to look to the automotive sector. I took one slide from ERA, which was just presented at the helmet workshop, where this synergy was shown as an input to try to capture from the automotive sector the technologies which have been developed or being developed. Of course, the automotive sector is so big and having a so big challenge to detect the car position very accurately, that the products that are being launched are very, very competitive. And this can be, of course, a source of inspiration of reusing for the car. More recently, the European Commission has released the directive where it is mandatory to adopt for the new car by 2026 the ISA, the Intelligent Speed Advisor, which is a concept very similar to what is used to ERTMS, to advise the driver on the maximum speed that has to be taken. And this, the important thing is that the European Commission has said that this challenge has to be fulfilled, combining video, so the video sensor, with GNSS. So all the manufacturers, the big tier one and the car manufacturer, are now working on this new class of sensors, video plus GPS, GNSS for the ISA. The other important message in what we have achieved in helmet. First of all, we have worked on the augmentation network, trying to develop a layer to achieve the integrity and the accuracy which is needed for rail and for automotive and for drones, reusing what exists, EGNOS. There is no need to have new augmentation network, and trying to share the infrastructure, especially for the telecommunication 5G and for the GNSS augmentation with the car manufacturer. In Italy, there are already 300 kilometers of smart roads which have been deployed by ANAS, which is part of the group Ferrovie dello Stato, FSI, which is already deploying this solution, and inside this tower there are already communication systems. Now, I want to show you the results we achieved, some of the results we achieved on the helmet project. In this table, you see what are the service level which will be implemented by this architecture. Service level 1, 1A and 1B are already achieved. I mean, there is no need to make further technology steps. These are already available. And what is important is that we started and we have shown the use of EGNOS V2 with ERTMS local network in 2015 with AirSat ERV. Joseph remembered the demonstration we did in Sardinia. So 8 years ago we have demonstrated the concept. Now we have the results. So the results show that we can achieve accuracy at the protection level which is needed for the ERTMS in the range between 5 to 25 meters, and this can be further improved up to 2.5 meters. So 2.5 meters are now, I think, is a number which is achievable. The other, which are sub-meter accuracies, are for the automotive sector. Now, performance, we did a long test campaign in the test bed of RFI in Sardinia, and we have compared the performance achievable with EGNOS, GPS and EGNOS, and with the performance achievable by adding also Galileo. So you see that the difference is important, is impressive, because with only GPS and EGNOS, we are, the accuracy is below 10 meters, respect to 18 meters we tested in Sardinia in 2015. But with Galileo, we are lower than 6 meters, and the 2.5 meter is now achievable. So this is without in making other technology developments. Looking behind the helmet, even if the project has been completed, we have identified the key issues that need to be done. First of all, the certification and the safety case for the mature augmentation tires. So we started with the model of the aviation that is for rail is simplified, and now we are going in this direction. Deployment of a test bed. This will be the next tangible action in Italy, and a project will be started very soon, and this test bed will allow car manufacturers, but also train operator, infrastructure manager to use for making the test. The other important message is that we are extremely convinced that the virtual testing is a priority, because especially now that I learned this afternoon from Joseph Doppelbauer that the new TSI is conceived in a modular manner. This means that the localizer has to be validated as a self-standing solution, is identical as in the car. And and for that we are realizing in Italy, in the Abruzzo region, a laboratory which is called the PICAR, together with ESA, that will be used to validate these multi-sensor solutions. There are other improvements we need to be done, among the others cybersecurity, which is very, very important. And I think what we did and what we plan to do, of course, is open to Europe Rail, to the continuation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Suggest we proceed with the next presentation. I'm trying to keep a bit of rhythm here so that we catch up a bit on the delay and have enough time for question and the panel discussion. Introducing Frédéric Villot, the coordinator of FP2 Art2Date, yes, one of the flagship projects of Europe.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon all. C'est le vert? Non, c'est gros bouton vert. Yes. Just a quick presentation of Art2Date. Budget 160 million euros, so it's a big project. Grant amount 53 million euros of subvention. And we started in the first December of 2022, and we will end in May 2026. We have 28 members, let's say 13 industrial, 12 railways, and one international organization and 2 research institutes, and that's it. It means it's a mix of industry and railway operators, and that's a key point to develop a good solution. What is Art2Date? Just because it could be a strong acronym, but it refers to Star Wars because we want to play the future. And Star Wars is a key example of what the future could be, at least at some point. So Art2Date is planned to develop the future European train, future digitalized, automatic, modular train on digitalized infrastructure. All words are important. And it's displayed in the structure of the project because we have automation process to look at how the train can be automated. We have optimized headway, how we have more train on one track. Enable digital technology, how we can put digitalization at the most on the railway sector. And fast, effective deployment is a key point mentioned by Marin, that as deployment is very difficult in the railway, and so we have to tackle this point now in the phase of research. And finally, the next step, we're preparing the next step with innovating operational solutions with self-driving wagons, virtual coupling, and autonomous rail setting. Okay? And these are technical enablers. We will develop this technology, and I will highlight the TAQ train positioning. For that, we will need satellite. When we built the program, we started with GNSS only, and then in March, the EuropeSail provided us an opportunity to work with ESA and USPA, and after a lot of discussion, we came to an agreement inside the consortium that we will modify our work program and we include EGNOS in our development. So, thanks to ESA and USPA, let's say, window open or door open, we will work with them, and we have a lot of work, and we will go for that after. And just to finalize, we'll go for demonstration, but demonstration on train, and we have 8 demonstrators. Let's say freight, regional, urban light, main line, onboard platforms. This is what is a simulation 1. It's a virtual one. Moving block, hybrid level 3. This is simulation only, not real. And stabling and shuttling, it will be a real one with NS. This one. Why do we need this diagram? Is from Klug, so we did not work at the moment. Just to be clear, it's not air-to-data production. It's let's say the basis of the reflection on how to include EGNOS and GNSS in our infrastructure design. Okay, and just to explain why we need EGNOS and where it fits into the system. Okay, but it can be reworked. It's not finalized. We have Klug 2, and we will also work in it, and we'll converge on one final solution. But let's say the starting point. And then after, let's say, 3 months of discussion with ESA USPA, we agreed on this work background structure that was introduced by former presentators, sorry. And so let's make it simple. We will go for requirements, then roadmap and certification at the main stage. First set of requirements end of this year, second set validated end of next year, go for demonstration, for device localization, including EGNOS, in 2025. To reach the deadline that Giorgio mentioned, all demonstrator should be ready in 2025. Just to be clear for everyone. And why do we need EGNOS? And because we need to put localization on the train, because it removes localization on the track, so it will reduce the cost of the system, but it will increase the cost of the operator. So we have also to have a word between operators and infrastructure manager, how we split this increase and reduce of costs, and it will be part of the discussion. So for A2Data, what we want to develop, a common safe solution, accurate, and we want to absolute safe positioning to increase capacity, because when I explain the acronym of A2Data, what we want is to increase railway capacity, because what we are convinced is that the let's say crowded area of Europe, you cannot build new infrastructure. So the only way to expand train is to make more train on the existing infrastructure. And for that, we have to reduce headway. And absolute safe positioning will help us on that. And we will have to implement localization on train with increased level of accuracy and RAMs, reliability, availability, maintainability, and safety, just for everyone, just to be clear, because it's an acronym. And for that, we will upgrade 6 of the 8 demonstrators of localization with EGNOS by 2025. And if possible, this is not a commitment, it's an option, we will include them in 1 or 2 of the demonstrators I mentioned on the slide previously. And in conclusion, yes, the railway sector has expectation of collaboration between railway and space to use this technology, let's say at a lower cost, because it's existing technology, it's adaptation, you don't have to develop something new, and it's a big opportunity to make it fast and, let's say, effective. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. some movement. Thank you, Frédéric. Please stay with me. It's almost over for the presentation part, and then the panel is almost ready to go. I'm going to use this one. Last but not least, Alessandro Massis, the coordinator of FP6 Future. It was addressed earlier this afternoon, business needs related to low density lines, and he's here to present what the project is about to do.
I will use this one. Okay. Thank you. So hello to everybody. Let me start with this presentation. So basically I represent the project, flagship project 6 Future, which means future for the regional rail. So it's a quite ambitious, let me say, acronym for this project. So just little data about the project. Is a 35 million euro budget. We have 21 funding members, representing all Europe and many affiliated entities. This is, I would say, it's a little sister project of the flagship project 2 just presented by Frédéric, because this project will use a lot of technical enablers developed in flagship project 2. So Frédéric, yes, you have a responsibility toward us. And what is very important to say is that, the regional railway, so the low density lines, secondary network, they play a crucial role. Not only, there was some problem with the graphics importing it, so you cannot read, but basically the point is not only to serve the regional passengers, but also as a feeder for the passenger and freight traffic in the main core network. So why this is important? Because if somebody thinks we don't care so much about these regional lines, if they will be gradually, as it is unfortunately happening, dismantled, this will also affect the freight and the passenger mainline network in terms of services and number of passengers. So this is critical. So this project is basically focusing on what can we do to reduce the cost for these regional lines, and at the same time, exploring the new technologies. At the same time, also improve performances, capacity, and so on. Which in all sectors it happens. So new technology, lower the cost, and increase performances. So the goal is to increase the efficiency, and to tackle this problem, we divided, the issue into two groups of regional lines. The biggest one, where we are putting more funding and more members involved, is the regional lines that are physically or functionally interoperable with the main network. So in this case, of course, if we are looking for cost-efficient solution, but we need to ensure interoperability. So that's where we have a strong link with the flagship project 2, because the solution there will be applied in this group 1 line. The second group are the ones that are even at more risk, because these are the more remote lines with low density that are normally not physically or functionally interconnected with the main line, where we can relax the constraints of interoperability. Of course, we have a goal to keep standardization, ensure that the solution is standard, but we don't have the constraints of interoperability. So basically what we are doing, as I mentioned, on the regional group 1 line, we are working in strict cooperation with flagship project 2, providing demonstration sites in the regional lines, requirement and use cases to apply satellite positioning to the maximum extent possible to reduce the cost of the wayside equipment. And one of the reasons also the regional line are interesting is because they clearly represent an easier environment to apply the new technology. And this is because, of course, the performance requirements, I would say even the safety requirements are less demanding, not because we can allow less safety, but because it's easier to allow safety when you are less trained, more distance, so the precision can be less, and even the communication. Then when we go even to the regional group line, when we can even consider more radical approach, where satellite technology are not only for satellite positioning, but also for the satellite communication. In the discussion today, somebody was making this question, can we use communication also in the future mobile railway communication system? For sure. But the point is, in this low density line, we can test this solution before and in an easier way. And this can be basically an enabler for the application also in the main network. I would like just to end with a message that we think that Galileo and EGNOS program are really key elements to allow not only the European Railway to evolve toward more efficient operations, but also an opportunity for the industry in EU to develop advanced solutions. And this because this solution, low-cost solutions for regional lines, can be extremely important also in other continents worldwide, where we have a low-density line, but absolutely strong need of cost-efficient solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we're a bit delayed. I would suggest that we call our panelists on stage right now. So for those of you in the audience, you can stretch a bit. We are not done, but the interesting part is still continuing. So I'm calling Stéphane Calais, Head of CCS-related innovative projects at SNCF. Thomas Gugler, Technology Program Manager at SBB. Thomas Laux, Lead of Digitization Rail System at Deutsche Bahn. Ivan Lopezegui, Software Engineer at CAF. Vincent Passot, System Innovation and Onboard Solution Director at Alstom. Fabio Senesi, Senior Executive Manager at RFI. And last but not least, Antonella Trombetta, Director of European Affairs at Hitachi. Welcome. Get settled. You have a bit of time. While hopefully the people at the back are not suffering too much from the heat. If so, very sorry, but indeed, go like this. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to find the optimum microphone position to my position so that I don't destroy everyone's ears. To sum up, since the beginning of the afternoon, we've discussed about innovation, we've addressed competitiveness, we've addressed cost savings, we've addressed efficiency, we've addressed ETCS deployment, we've addressed interoperability, new TSI, safety, accuracy, reliability. Yes, I'm throwing everything out there. But we've addressed already quite a number of important elements when it comes to the integration or implementation of space technologies into the rail system, especially when it comes to a safety function like positioning. Very quickly, I'm going to ask all of you very snappy response, only a few seconds so that we can get moving to the rest of the questions. What are your thoughts about the current situation, about what has been already presented this afternoon in the panel before, but also what has been the achievements that have been presented by the projects and expectations on technical activities that are upcoming in the Europe's Rail program? Stéphane?
Yes, thank you, Leah. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to the four speakers presenting this four project. I will start from this point with those presentation. My impressions is that we have, first of all, progressed a lot in terms of knowledge, demonstration of the usage of GNSS in the railway in the past years, and that's very nice to hear from our colleagues here and the speakers. We have progressed, and we are now tackling the right topics, I would say, for application to the railway. Typically, the presentation we saw First of all, that we are tackling the issue regarding safety. There is no, let's say, train localization application in the railway without safety, and I think this is very important that we are all aware of that. And the second point, thanks to R2.0 and future representation, Europe's representation, we see that we are tackling the system-wide approach. It's not just positioning for positioning, but I think we are just dealing with the right topics. So thank you for that. And another point, a second point, is also that we are bringing stakeholders, the right stakeholders, in this kind of project in terms of knowledge, capabilities, suppliers from space, suppliers from railway, operators, academics, and that's very fine. And we are also doing this in the frame of Europe, not just on the country level, because we are focusing on an interoperable system at the end. So these are my main outputs, my takeaways from those presentations, and I'm very happy of that.
Thank you. Thank you. Summarized already quite well the situation. I'm gonna mix things up a bit just so that we get the panel a little bit movement. Fabio, can I ask you a very short, snappy answer to your gut feeling at the moment, and then we enter more into the situation in Italy later on?
Yes, thank you. In Italy, we are realizing thousands of kilometers of ERTMS, and in 2027 we expect 7,000 kilometers of radio-based system, adding high-speed lines, corridors, and also regional lines. So it's clear that when a train expects the balise, if there is any problem of radio system, with several GNSS on the sky, will be obvious that a virtualization of the positioning is something that is needed for operation. It's not at the moment a need for a trial, it's a need for passenger. That's why we expect a lot from the new TSI, including the virtualization of the balise, that at the end I think is the unique engineering solution, because ERTMS is a project with a linking of positioning. Is the core of the philosophy. So the positioning, I think, will be expected in Italy in 2027.
Thank you very much. Ivan, keep you on your toes. What is your initial snappy thoughts?
Yep. So I think the important step we are making here from the last 4 years is that we now realize we need a fusion algorithm to go forward. And in this fusion algorithm, we have put all the inputs now in ERTU-data, having this ECNOS input from USPA. And that has always been either we use ECNOS as it is from signal in space, and then somebody is doing a black box to bring this one into the railway. Or now we are really tackling and requesting USPA. Give us the real interface to this ECNOS, which could be applied to the fusion algorithm in the railway. And that's a crucial step for first checking out performance. And I think this is where we are right now. We're checking out performance, and then with inputs from USPA, we'll be able to guarantee safety. But performance has been a critical thing. We have always simulators, we have always stuff done, but now we are in a specific case. In the next 3 years, we'll be able to actually see the real performance of this one. And with performance, then you can start thinking of safety, architecture, interoperability, but real cases and real demonstrators with real data. And that will be crucial. So I think we are really hoping in the next 3 years to have really good information.
Thank you. Let's go to Thomas Lux, because we have two Thomas on the panel, so I need to be careful. From Deutsche Bahn.
It's often the case in Germany. You stand on the street and say Thomas, and everybody turns around. Actually, I have a bit of a confession to make. Up until a few months ago, I didn't really think about like satellite positioning or satellite use in railways, just because it wasn't my job. And then we started about shortly after taking over the role, we talked about appliances or application of satellite positioning for the railways, and it took me all of 5 minutes to be convinced that this is the way forward, because just taking like the big picture or the satellite view, pun intended, what we have been doing as a railways in past years and decades is taking things out of the track side or away from the track side and putting in the vehicles or putting in a central location. We're doing this with interlockings, we're doing this with signals and many more things. And of course we did this not only for fun, but because it increases capacity, quality, thank you, cost efficiency and so on. I'll just take this. And today really just reinforced this conviction that things are not only in an idea stage, but things are going to work, and we need this to work, and we need this to work a bit faster than 2030, but I'm really convinced that it will work.
Good. Optimism is good. That's good. At least because there's a lot of work ahead of us, and I think we've provided a snapshot. And like I said in the introduction presentation, the rail sector seems to be committed for now, and it would be good to keep this momentum so that we actually deliver on time. Now, let's see. I see some desperate side. I guess someone doesn't want to be last. No, Antonella, go ahead.
So I'll leave one song as the last one. No, in terms of, let me say, the snapshot of the current situation, I think that, of course, the satellite already demonstrated its high potential in several sectors and its readiness in many of them. What happened in rail? Why we didn't apply satellite before? I think that we needed to face two different aspects that more or less are at the two face of the same. First of all is the fact that, as already mentioned, we need to base also the satellite technologies on ERTMS. And up to now, we put a lot of effort in the definition of ERTMS and in the deployment, and we need the deployment of the ERTMS. In order to have on top all the new technologies and not only satellite. The other one is the fact that because of it will be based on the ERTMS, we need standardization, and so we need to all agree on this, and in this case we have all the stakeholders that are participating on it. I think that now the situation is going on. We reached a lot of good results in the shift to rail. 2 projects has a satellite inside, and it makes a very good basis for the Europe's rail. I think that we are in a good path.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thomas Bugler, Switzerland. What's your very quick thought on the situation, and then we'll dive into it.
You asked me to analyze the current situation, and the best thing to do is look back. So, as ERTMS user group member, I remember the letter we sent to USPA to launch the activities, and the activities started, they take place, as we see also for the future. Also, currently, as we are speaking in Switzerland, we have trains equipped with test equipment that are running in service, in commercial service, gathering data which we can use for the algorithms we want to test or for the digital map. So, from this point of view, we are on a good route, I would say. But of course, small projects national-wide are good for a fast maturity, but not to implement a technology European-wide. So this is also a good point to say that all these programs that are ongoing, Europe's Rail, also Air2Data, as we see, are the right platforms to get these standards together and to stop the segmentation that we also heard today, which is a problem in the railway sector, and have the common European railway area.
Thank you. Last but not least, Vincent, your opinion?
Yeah, good afternoon. So, as a short answer, I'm very excited from everything that was said today. Though if I want to elaborate a little bit, the question was, where are the satellites in relation with railways? Just to remind that there have been already pilot projects 15 years ago in the south of France. Of course, at that time, availability of the services were not the same, availability of the ships, the price were not the same. But what is important is that we saw this afternoon that there are important building blocks that have been created. We mentioned about Club, we mentioned about Helmet. You see that in Helmet that even the service of augmentation are getting more and more accurate in terms of location, but also in terms of level of security or integrity we can achieve for that. At the same time, thanks to other sectors, commercial available ships with high level of performance are also readily available from several sources. And also we are seeing that there are no very strong collaboration between all those players, including two major European agencies. And we do not want, I would say, to reiterate a little bit the GSMR industry where we create a variant for a small sector, so we better rely effectively on service technology which are developed for as much user as possible in order to make sure that new feature, new performance, cost reduction services are available, obsolescence is properly managed. So there are effectively steps which are already there. I mentioned France pilot project 15 years ago. For the time being, as we are speaking, so Alstom is deploying in Norway on 450 train satellite satellite localization as well to increase odometry, not because we want necessarily to have performance, but in these countries, the snow condition in winter are as such that traditional speed sensor, radar Doppler are simply ineffective. It's a first step. We are still using for that project what we call relative odometry, but there are also pilot projects in Spain and Italy to effectively perform absolute localization. And of course, in the frame of RD2 Dato, we are also going to participate to further demonstrator, taking benefit of further performance, further development on the product, and also taking benefit of progressively standardization to make sure that the benefit that interoperability brings with the ERTMS are not jeopardized and we can capitalize on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. I'm going to take this opportunity to open up for questions from the audience. So if you have a question for one of our panelists, also if you have a question for one of our presenters, we can always go back. But if there is any burning question on your lips, it's basically now. Otherwise, I continue. Okay, I continue. There is one. Sorry, I didn't see you.
I have a question regarding the solution. Do you consider an onboard solution or also a trackside solution? Because we have heard in the previous panels that it will be onboard investments. But what about, for example, the tracksides in the situation, for example, when the train would go through the tunnel and then there would be no signal? Or in areas where there would be, like, for example, many mountains and the signal could be weak? Thank you.
So, from an operator perspective, I mean, what we want is safe train positioning, and we don't want just one sensor. There is multi-sensor fusion, and exactly for situations like in a tunnel, we rely on other sensors than, for example, as we are on open field. So it's not just satellite-based localization, but rather multi-sensor fusion.
Anyone wants to add something? Yeah, Stefan.
Yes, thank you for Thomas. I totally subscribe to this answer. I think also we are convinced at SNCF with the different projects we were involved in that inertial is also a part of the solution in this multi-sensor approach. We have a GNSS which give you an absolute localization or relocalization of the train. But as you mentioned in very interesting questions, we lose contact from time to time. Yes, of course. So we need also approach for other sensor. Inertial is interesting because also we are completely independent from the axles of the rolling stock. It's not completely the topic today, but it's all, yeah, I just mentioned it because it's part of the solution, of course, yes.
I'll just round out the infrastructure manager side of the answer. I also fully subscribe what my colleagues just said, and just answering to your question regarding like a general statement, apart from like special situations like tunnels, From my point of view, a vehicle solution is preferable to an infrastructure solution. We have way more kilometers of infrastructure than we have vehicles. And regarding like maintenance, reliability and so on, usually I'd veer to the vehicle side. There is, of course, the problems to solve, like for the installation of the necessary sensors, but I think we will get that solved.
One last point to mention to what Stefan also said. Digital maps are playing a key role in this solution, at least in the ones that we are planning to have in Edge to Data and Klook. So that means GNSS plus ECNOS is an enabler, but the other sensors plus the digital map are playing also a key role. And that's something we are discussing on how to deploy that. And that's, of course, something that should be brought by infrastructure managers to the onboard side.
Fabio, you want to react, or anyone else? No? They've covered pretty much the answer. I hope you're happy with the answer you got. Yeah. Also the proof that there's still a bit of work to be done on the harmonized solution. There is another, I'm told, yes.
Yes, I would like to raise a question to suppliers, and maybe railway infrastructure manager, you can comment. Joseph Doppelbauer made a statement, quite interesting, that by 2030 we will have the product. We shall have the product. So, as suppliers, will you be ready to sign contracts in 2027? And the second question, I will speak also afterwards. What are the savings that you provide to this? There's been a big discussion about the cost doubled, I think, in the last years in ERTMS in Europe. Everybody was expecting to be reduced by 50%, but they doubled. I think this innovation, what savings will bring to the system. And I would like to hear also, maybe if there is any comment from the clients, happy to hear also.
Yeah, so I believe the question is for the supplier. So the first question, as I mentioned, so we are already have a product or component which we are deploying on the train. So I have no doubt that effectively by the date that Joseph committed in the name of the supplier, we will have effectively product that, yeah, but your dreams are sometimes becoming our nightmare, but anyway, so joking apart, yes, it's already the case. Effectively following, of course, we are not manufacturing ourselves the receiver or the chips, so the suppliers are more there effectively to bring, I would say, the typical railway environment in terms of how data fusion between various sensors is being performed, what are the various algorithms we are making there based on big topology or rolling stock element. There are immediate savings. In the case of Norway, I was mentioning, putting a GNSS receiver in comparison with a Doppler radar is obviously less costly. The receivers are cheaper. There is no need of brackets. You don't need to have effectively to put your train on a pit to maintain, to recalibrate. There are no cabling which are subject to damage. And usually even the GNSS receiver is already on the train, centralized clock for a juridical recorder. So we are virtually offering effectively an additional feature of localization or navigation without additional or very little equipment on the train in comparison with traditional means. Now obviously, if we are looking in the regional market where we say that having very accurate sub-meter, we mentioned value of the train allow to significantly reduce the infrastructure element. And when I say sub-meter, because it's allowed to on the left and the right tracks, you don't need to complement by the wayside. Obviously, there is no specific major cost saving on that train for that purpose. And I understand that from the infrastructure manager, they will want to push the cost of the operator. If we speak to the operator, they will say the opposite. But obviously, there is a major saving in that respect. Yeah.
From point of view of infrastructure manager, it's clear that ERTMS and the evolution transfer technology from trackside to onboard, even for satellite application. But it's not only the regional lines. Imagine the project high density hybrid. when you want a section every 200 meter, 300 meter. That means a lot of ballast. And for truck workers, for not for the cost, but for the owner cost of hybrid lines, the satellite application, if there is coverage, is a lot of saving. It's clear that you transfer the cost on board, because you need a good fusion sensoring, but this is a never-ending story. The train became more heavy than trackside. The car became then heavy than before. So is I think is parallelism in each transportation mode. That there is a trackside concentrated, wireless, and many devices with smart intelligence inside.
Okay, we have at least two questions in the audience. I don't know if anyone here on the panel still wants to react to the question from Alberto on one supplier availability and then CBA.
Only short, yes. If we are ready to deliver, yes, we as Hitachi and as Alstom. But we, of course, with the satellite solutions on, we had already a line in Australia that used the satellite over ERTMS and virtual balises. Of course, it's not completely compliant with the standard specification, because the standard specification is ongoing. So it's only a matter of adaptation. So we are ready to do this. In terms of reduction of the cost, yes, there are a lot of troubles, of course, but the main problem is, in my opinion, is to face the situation at system level. Of course, if we only add to the onboard the satellite positioning device, it will increase the cost. But we need to have a global picture at system level. In this case, we can reduce the infrastructure, we can reuse we can have several sensors that can be used also for other features. And so this is, in my opinion, the leverage to decrease the cost. Thanks.
Thank you. I think the panel is eager to answer. Iban, I cut you short. I don't know if you...
I could just add, to bring you from GNSS down to earth. I mean, the reality is that if we are now facing a feasibility study net to data, which will be finishing in 2026, and then we will have to feed back the requirements for having a system which is interoperable. So we've got a few steps there to say, what will be the algorithm? Will it be standardized? Will it be the same for everyone? Will it only be standardize the basic black box? How we do test it? We are here in SEDEX. How we do test this one so in a manner that can be used? So all my message to you is, if we need to reach to 2030, we'll have to speed up.
Thank you. Everyone wants to answer, so it's good. I'm gonna just take it in this order: Thomas, and Stefan.
I was just about to say that 2030 is quite late from my point of view when I want to roll them out. I just wanted to address the point of allocating the costs to infrastructure or vehicle side. There is no one against the other. First of all, any cost that we save on the infrastructure side, we are required by law to lower the track costs, so we give it to the vehicle owners, basically. And secondly, and more importantly, these are all customers. So I have an interest as an infrastructure manager for them to do well, because then they can run more trains and everything goes better, basically. So there is no one against the other. Of course, we have to solve the question of the initial cost for rolling out anything, not only satellite equipment, but also I don't know, ETCS onboard units, ATO onboard units, and all the stuff that's coming in the next 10 years. But we very much have to look at this from a system perspective, not an actor perspective within the system.
So from my side, a number and a different perspective. I think the study showed that cost-benefit analysis of the safe train position, if used with the other features like level 3 or moving block, is around 80,000 per kilometer. So as an integrated railway, as we are as with Federal Railways, this is a huge number where we can save money. And apart from the other points that we already heard, we have also operational benefits. We have such a dense network with very short headways that we are not able to sometimes maintain the lines without cutting them totally down. And if you have a lot of assets on the track and one breaks down, you have to close down the whole line. If you have a train, the equipment doesn't work, you remove the train and the line is still working for the rest of the trains. So you have a more reliable system.
Well, yes, thank you, Thomas. I subscribe to this approach. This is 2 points, let's say. One point, this is the CBA, the cost-benefit analysis performed by the ERTMS user group, the localization working group from the ERTMS, with involving ERFI, SBB, Deutsche Bahn, and SNCF, which shows exactly the figures mentioned by Thomas. And if we focus just on the balise, without let's say removal more than just the balise, let's say we were around 7 to 12 kilo euros per kilometer. But I think at the end it's just not just a question of money, capex, opex, and the unbalance, let's say, between RUs and IMs. It's also a system-wide approach where the system can benefit from it. And I think we should be beneficial. The RUs, the operators, and the IM should have benefit of this system-wide approach of localization as a service system. I am a guy from the CBTC before going to mainline. I was in mass transit, and I see that in the 20 years of mass transit progress in CBTC, there are two cornerstones. C for communication and L for localization. We could say CLBTC, the communication localization based train control. And I can just see the benefits from the operators. The operators in the mass transit, they are not separated. IM, RUs, they are RATP at SNCF, or in Paris, for instance, they are doing both. And the benefits is energy saving at the end. It's traffic regulation, it's track monitoring, it's maintenance, and things like that. So localization is an enabler, and I think we should get out of these enablers the best. Of course, capex, opex, it's nice to take, we take it. And the IM take more than the RUs on this side. We have to work on the onboard side, on the sensors. We mentioned inertial, we mentioned GNSS receiver, and the cost can be a shrink, let's say, to something acceptable to the RUs. But at the very end, I think RUs must also have benefit from it, with passenger information, with maintenance, with ATO and energy saving and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the next question.
Thank you.
Sorry,
just a question to Thomas to check if I understood properly. Yes, you. If I well understood, you are committed to reduce the track access charges for railway undertakings that will use rolling stock equipped with the satellite.
I'm not only committed, but I'm required by law.
It's not what has been done with ERTMS. So you would be able, you would be keen to do it for satellite.
I would, and I'm not only committed, but I'm required by German law. If the costs from the infrastructure side go down, we have to give those savings to the rooms. So this applies to satellite, this applies to ETCS, this applies to everything we do.
Yes. I'm very sorry, but we won't have time to take all of the questions, but there's enough of time afterwards for...
Yeah, my question is towards the suppliers. I naturally represent also an infrastructure manager, and the question is, we are all talking about modular onboard devices and architecture, and what is your willingness in terms of suppliers in order to support this approach? Because it effectively means that shooting in your own knee, because modular onboard architecture means there are many players in the market and there is a competition, and nobody likes competition, to be honest. So the question is pretty straightforward. your willingness and the approach you would like to follow, so that your business business is not at risk. Just if you can give some perspective, it would be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. The onboard is already modular. We have already a block that has standard interfaces. The hot topic is the level of modularity. Of course, as a supplier, we would like to maintain a certain level of modularity and not go deeper in them. But this is a matter of also system pillar that we are facing inside the Europe's rail. Yeah. So this is mainly the controversial situation.
I would nearly say the same. So there are already a certain level of modularity. After that, there are also some market requirements. So when we have to install a 3 STM in a train and there are little rooms, so if we can have a modularity at the application level, it's good as well. Some will say, is it modular or is it modular? We do not want necessarily to increase the level of modularity for doing the same of what is already done today. We have effectively ERTMS plans which are quite ambitious, so we should capitalize on what we have. But of course, for everything which is new, like innovation or what we are discussing on the satellite position, yet there is a need of modularity in order to make sure that effectively interfaces are standardized and we can bring effectively to the global community the result of the new innovation.
And finally, what I can say from our side, there is a clear push from our customers to do it. That's the reality for us. So when you ask me what is the real enhancement from us to integrate this such a technology, is because there is a real push from our customers to do so. We take our customers seriously, and then we try to develop and give them as much as we can. So I don't really agree with that. We do have modular, but we do not have interoperable odometry system in ETCS. That's the reality. And now we are working towards a section which we want to extract the odometry from ETCS, and that's not for free. And that actually brings issue with the Belize reader, with the BTM. It has some requirements that it depends on odometry. There are some dependencies in that have been taken different manner for each supplier, and we will have to discuss those in the next 3 years.
All right. Jorge.
Okay. I have a last question, a question for Fabio and perhaps the suppliers, because you defended the virtual Belize approach and the others the enhanced odometry. Don't you think, and perhaps it's a question also for the agency responsible, that both solutions could be included in the TSI? They are not exclusive. They are trying to reduce as much as possible the number of balises. Do you think that both solutions could be included in the TSI?
Balise and enhanced odometry, you mean?
Yeah.
It's clear that the enhanced odometry, it's what we expect without GNSS. So in each mode the enhanced odometry are coming, we are happy. The concept of virtual balise is something more, because you can have when the protection level of satellite is permitted, another linking. So, in our point of view, I don't know which is at the end the TSI finally, because we are together in 27, so we have to respect the majority. But in our perspective, in our experience, the virtualization of the linking is something more than enhanced odometry. So are two concepts of the same story, protection level of satellite, but when you want to discriminate which track is, for example, the Kluk 2 is going there, you have to need something very near of linking, which is the next balise that the movement authority describe. But is on charge of Europe's rail, so I don't want to add more technically.
Maybe I can give you a hint, kind of a news from Extrail 5 finishing shift to rail. Lea is him. Basically, one of the proposals that you mentioned, we used to have in Shift2Rail two of the options. One, it was enhanced odometry call, and the other one, it was virtual police. What we have proposed in this Shift2Rail engine, and it's not published yet, but it will be published soon. The idea is that we have a modular system working as a localization system for absolute positioning, and then we have a modular box which is making the virtual valise trigger to the ETCS. This is part of the discussions. We have multiple infrastructure managers in order to integrate the functionality of a continuous positioning system into ETCS with the lowest impact. The moment we do not want to have we are willing to have more impact, we could have all the solutions, but at the moment, I can tell you one of the proposals that we are having, of course with some legal details which are different, we are really approaching into a single solution in which integrating an absolute positioning system into ETCS using the concept of virtual police might be the most desirable one.
And on this note, thank you very much, Ivan. In order for you all to have the opportunity to have a break, I'm going to take the executive decision to stop the panel now. But I would like to thank you all for your contribution this afternoon. Thank you for listening. Stop. Coffee is ready outside. Please be back here at 5:10 sharp. Thank you. Enjoy. Good afternoon.
come on, we're waiting for you. Take your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will very soon start for our last session. Please take your seats, as we don't want to delay the next step, which will be the party at the Rail Museum. And we now have a very important panel session and a speech coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our next session. Please join us and take your seats. This is the last of a very packed day. We thank you for your attention. We're waiting for the last participants to sit down. Thank you. Take your seats, please. Oops. Ça va, on est à l'heure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us again for the last part of our day. Online viewers, thank you for staying with us. I know you're still quite a few of you online, so thank you very much. To finish the official part of our day, we will now hear a sector representative view on satellite-based localization in ERTMS. I invite Mr. Jo de Boscher, head of ERTMS unit at the European Agency for Railways, to come on stage. Jo has an extensive experience in ETCS and comes from the Belgian Railways. Jo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have a difficult task to explain you things that are not yet been said, but we will do our best. A little bit on the title, I would say the last words from game changer to reality. So I suppose, or I propose that we focus on that, how to come to reality and how also from the perspective of the representative organizations, how they see reality. But before we go into the discussion and moderation, I would like to call Maria Jose Garcia on the stage. She will give us a short, we named it impulse speech. Maybe it's a repetition of things we already heard, but to have it clear in your minds. So Maria Jose, please.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for being here. Yes, I was asked to do or to give an impulse speech. I do not know very well what is that, but I will try it anyway. And I will try not to be very repetitive because most of the things I have prepared have already been said, for example, by Mr. Doppelbauer or some other speakers in the room, of course. So I will try to keep it brief. The truth is that for almost 20 years, the rail sector has been working in trying to introduce satellite positioning in ETCS domain, but the truth is that for the moment we do not have tangible results apart from some products and some particular implementations that have been mentioned, But the truth is that we do not have yet a standardized solution. Why is that? This is a reflection we should make in the sector, maybe. Is it because the technical solutions are not matured yet, for example, in terms of safety levels and so? Is it because the sector has not reached a common agreed solution for the technical solution for architecture and so? Are there legislative barriers yet and regulatory barriers yet? I remember that talking about satellites in railways in the beginning was very exciting, but now the time has come to do the job, to finish it, and to come a step forward in order to bring the results to the market. Of course, if we want to make this happen, satellite positioning have to be introduced in future TSIs, as has been recalled here before, and for that, of course, we must work all together to achieve this famous common agreed solution among all the stakeholders. This is paramount to achieve the introduction in future TSIs. So I'm happy to hear that somehow you will convert or you are trying to, so that's very good news. But still, we have many questions to tackle and many right decisions to take in an acceptable time frame, which we have a tight schedule ahead of us. Some of those questions have already been mentioned here, is which are the technological approaches we have? Can we come up with a common solution? Are those performances, which are very important, achievable or not by the current solutions? Do we need more innovation for that? Which are the new interoperable requirements, the new interfaces? How can we introduce EGNSS services as EGNOS service in the solution? What does it mean from a technical perspective, but also from a regulatory perspective for us? The benefits are clear for the sector, but we have learned that we have to balance the benefits and costs between the different actors. And a very important question for us, can we make this change compatible with the current ETCS system as far as possible? Because this will save us a lot of trouble in terms of retrofitting migrations and so on. So this is a desirable, very desirable thing to have. So, as you can see, we have still work to do in the coming years, tight schedule. But the good news is, for me, is that we have the means in place for that. Because we have this wonderful tool that is EU Rail System Pillar and Innovation Pillar, that hopefully will bring the answers to all those questions and will demonstrate all those things. We have also the agencies as EUSPA, ourselves, ERA, also ESA, and of course DG Move and DG DEFIS committed to that objective. So I would say that now is the moment. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, Maria José. For the introduction of the panel, I will ask them to introduce themselves, but I think if you, probably a lot of them you already know, we have a really good mix. We have industry on board, we have railway undertakers on board, we have infra managers, we have the users group, who also helps on defining elements for the TSI. So I think it's going to be really interesting to hear their views on a lot of things that have been shared by now. So what I would ask to each of you, starting with Flip, is shortly introduce your organization and then just tell us, do you think future is bright for integration of satellite in ERTMS?
Well, good afternoon to all of you, and I would like to thank the invitation which has been made by ERA and the other agencies to UNIFE. Just a few words, though. UNIFE represents the rail supply industry. We have 119 members. A lot of members are working on signaling topic, so that's why it's important for me to be here. I just want to say that I was very happy to hear that Madame van der Leyen today in her speech spoke about the competitiveness of the industry. It has been said by Esbieta, who represents the cabinet of Madame Valéan. And for us, it is, of course, a very strong message, and how to export our products is also one of the most important things. On our side, you have to know that suppliers have been working since long and will continue working on satellite positioning approaches and applications, and we know that it's an important technology for railways. EGNSS satellite technology has already been identified as one of the game changers technologies of the ERTMS and command and control system evolution, aiming at saving investments and operational costs. And this is a very important thing, how to reduce the operational costs. So just quickly, I would like to say that in the last year in Horizon projects, there's been STARS, ERSA, GCC, and CLUG. They have investigated the potential and limitations of the use of EGNSS satellite technology in the rail sector through the experimentation along railway lines in different locations, concluding that there are still barriers preventing a large adoption of EGNSS, such as requiring massive data acquisition and processing to achieve the high level of confidence when operating in a complex rail environment. So today, you know that UNIFE is involved in 2 ongoing rail projects dealing with satellite positioning. Have RailGap, where RFI is project manager, and CLUG too. But we already had a presentation from one of my colleagues of UNIFE on this topic. There's just one thing that I would like to add before I finish my short presentation, is that there are some words which have not been used during this meeting and not very much used, is the word interoperability, that it's also an important thing, and the harmonization of operational rules. I think if we want to reduce the cost, if you want to have a system which will work, and we have to decide between rail balises or odometry, we need to improve in terms of interoperability and harmonization of operational rules, and we will certainly have the opportunity to come back on this topic.
Thank you, Philippe. Carol?
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carol Kuhn. I'm the Secretary General of the Association of European Rail Rolling Stock Lessors. So my members are leasing companies. The association has been created in 2021. We have now 10 members. And maybe a few words about what is a leasing company. They are acquiring new rolling stock or upgrading existing ones to make it available to all interested railway undertakings. It means that they play a key role in the competition. They are a kind of catalyst of competition because 75% of their customers are new entrants on the railway market. They also ensure maintenance and mostly offer a full service fleet and maintenance management. And they consider themselves as enablers of deployment of new technologies. 65% of their fleet is cross-border. 64 is electric locomotive, and 40% of the fleet is equipped with ETCS, which is more than the average. So our goal is to promote interoperable and safe rolling stock in Europe. And to contribute throughout dialogue to strengthen the competitiveness of rail transport. To be very honest, I discussed for the first time the topic of today last week, Friday, with my members, and they gave me some very concrete messages to share with you, what I will do later. But to answer briefly, is the future bright? We don't know. We don't know at all, because we don't know the business case, and somebody has to pay for an implementation of a new technology. And I have heard that it's clear that the business case for the rolling stock owners is not good. So we are not so excited, I would say. And I would even say that my members have a dream. Like Martin Luther King, they have a dream, and this dream is a technological moratorium. They have equipped their locomotives 12 years ago with ETCS. They have made 2 upgrades. Now they are equipping the loco with baseline 3.6, and baseline 4 is introduced, and now we are talking about satellite. So I repeat, we have dreamed technological moratorium. Why not? Maybe it could be a good idea for the growth of the rail market share.
Thank you, Carol. Alberto, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Alberto Mazzola, representing the Community of European Railways. In synthesis, we are representing many railway companies, infrastructure managers, more than 90% of passenger traffic, more than 80% of freight traffic, and more than 70% of infrastructures in Europe. I would like to start with the point on ERTMS. Before getting to satellite, ERTMS is very important for CER. We are very pleased by the proposal of the Commission on the Trans-European Network on the deadlines 2030 and 2040 for deploying ERTMS on the core network and the extended core network and comprehensive network. We hope that these deadlines will survive the Council, and we would like the Spanish presidency here bring the same message to the presidency in order that we can get a good agreement on ERTMS and the deadlines that we have into the TEN-T. ERTMS is an intermediate, I would say, point for us. Today, just to be very clear, we have a discussion many times on Joseph Doppelbauer on railways. Just to be clear, there is a lack of infrastructure. Infrastructure are, I would say, very limited in Europe. In many cases, capacity is over the real, what should be the capacity, what should bring. A lot of them need to be maintained, and we'll see closure in the next years in order to maintain properly the infrastructure, and new infrastructure are very limited. Let's say, with this situation, that's the negative message. It's impossible to achieve doubling high-speed traffic by 2030 and tripling by 2050, or doubling freight traffic. So, we need more infrastructure. The first point for us is digital capacity management. Good proposal for the Commission, but if we can get in 2025, it will be better than 2030. This goes the same for ERTMS, is the second step, where we will increase the capacity thanks to ERTMS, but then we will need also infrastructure. And we made a study together, Philippe and Eurotrade joint undertaking, where we show the benefit also on the investment that we will do if we develop an high-speed network connecting all capitals and major cities. So this is something that we need. ERTMS is part of this picture because it will improve capacity, what we have today, reliability, and I would say increase interoperability. Having said that, so we push very much for this. Let me say on satellite, on a personal note, some of the room, very few know, but in 2002, I promoted a project with the director of TEN-T at that time, Gilbrecht, to integrate Galileo and ERTMS. At that moment, I was in the industry, following both projects. The Commission took up the project, then one major supplier took the project and killed it, and saying that balises are much better. And then for 10 years, we lost the point to go ahead. I think this is sometimes the difficulty we have, that of course there are different interests in this field, and it was clear even before. So we need to be able to manage the different interests to get, as I said, a system positive point. It's not always easy. I gave you an example, but I think it's important that our colleague from Switzerland, from SBB, was clear. I read the study on the savings that we can achieve with satellite. So we would like to see these savings. So this should not be an add-on. If you add on top of what we have today another thing that we need to pay, it's impossible that we are going to save money. So we need to reduce track circuits, axle counters. We need these things to come through. And we need to have somebody to take responsibility for this point. I will have other points, but I want to close on the point of innovation. We are very much in favor. So we need satellite, but FMCS, 6G, 7G, artificial intelligence. We need to look at all of these things. But then, for railways, when we put this in practice, we need to have a plan. we cannot go on like this because, I mean, it's impossible for us. We have a huge network, a legacy issue, and let me say what we are reflecting, project management has been very poor. And I think all here in the room agrees. Because if we are here after 25 years still discussing a 10% of ERTMS, it is clear that project management has been poor. We have ERA, SINEA, I would say Europe Trade Joint Undertaking. Member states will be tasked to achieve the 2030 and 2040 deadlines. What they will do, they will ask the infrastructure manager to deploy ERTMS. Based on the finances that the infrastructure manager will get, we will achieve the result that we get. So it's a big circle, but I would say we would like to see, and inside DG Move, a big unit dealing with the ERTMS. On Galileo, when the Commission launched Galileo in 2000, they set up a unit, then it became an agency, and we have the director of the agency here. Galileo is smaller than ERTMS. It's probably 20% in terms of cost. Here we are discussing something that is 5 times bigger in terms of investment, but nobody is responsible. And we have a lot of difficulties in order to get. I think taking the lesson that what we have and keeping each one the responsibility is not easy, I agree. When we discussed the technical pillar, to give the responsibility to the ERA was not easy on this field, but I think if we have somebody taking care on project management and covering all the aspects, including infrastructure managers, member states, will be a big advantage. Otherwise, it's very difficult. I think somebody else in the room is going to invest in ERTMS in this moment and is looking at 2025, 2030, and they are reflecting when FRMCS is coming. Should I invest? Should I wait? If satellite is becoming something 2030 real, what should I do today? So we need to be able to manage all these things. Otherwise, investments are delayed, if they are available. And if they are not available, we need to have somebody in charge to go to member state and say, look, you need to invest, because you are not delivering on deploying ERTMS on this thing. So I would say this is a key point, that we are able to properly manage the evolution. Any industrial system requires this. Even in telecom, when they move from 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, they have a proper management. They are able to safeguard the past investment, looking forward. We need also here to have a system that is protecting the investment we do and forward-looking. Let's say we have a good trust, so satellite is something that will bring results if done properly, but we need also to be a step forward. So to have someone, and in my opinion should be the European Commission, no member state, it will be a commission, it's the only body that can do this. And on savings, you need to change a bit the regulation. For railway package, unbundled a lot of things. Now, if you have advantages in infrastructure managers, how do you pass them to railway undertaking? We need to have some regulation that makes these things possible. In the US, this is automatic. You save an infrastructure, it's an integrated company, and the benefit go to the railway undertaking. So they do it. Here we have infrastructure manager, railway undertaking, entity in charge of maintenance. I don't want to add all the list that are involved in these things. We need to find a way that this benefit become a system benefit. I was a bit long, sorry for this, but ERTMS is very dear to us, and getting back to the beginning, thank you for the proposal on 10T. This was due, but I think it's a very good one, and I think we'll push a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto. Bardo?
What can I say? I will try to say something different, still intelligent. Okay, I'm Bardo Schettini, I'm the Director of Operation AEM, so the European Infrastructure Management Organization. So we are kind of spin-off of the liberalization process within the European Union, so since 1972. And we represent the independent infrastructure managers that we have in Europe. ADIF is one of those, for instance. Yes, well, definitely, I mean, when we talk about the ERTMS, I'm not going to repeat what Alberto said. Of course, we are also, our members are also, very much into it. There is a strong support, but at the same time, of course, we are all aware of the challenges that we are facing, generally speaking, again, I will not go into details because we have already discussed it. Now, optimism, I think it's always good strategy when we talk about innovation, because if we are not optimistic, then it's difficult to imagine a better future. So I think that it's a natural way of thinking, which everybody, I think, in this room share. And we do also share, our members do also share it. Having said that, of course, we cannot hide behind just one finger all the problems, because there are really many challenges that we are facing, not only in the deployment of ERTMS, the way that we all know, but also how to link the ERTMS with the new technologies. I mean, here we are discussing about satellite position. You mentioned FMCS, it's another one. So there are different areas where actually, we are facing all the sector, not only infrastructure managers, lots of challenges. Now here, in these particular cases, if we want to broaden a little bit the picture behind the, let's say, the enthusiastic I would say environment that I've seen here, and definitely, I mean, from a technical perspective, we do all see the incredible progress that has been made during the last few years. But if we broaden a bit the perspective, then we see that, beyond the technology challenges still are ahead of all of those of you who are working this. We have regulatory challenges. I mean, it's not just putting some let's say, specification to the TSI that we solve the issue, because there are also legal aspects that will have to be followed, legislative aspects as well that needs to be tackled by the European Commission. When I say legal, for instance, now we are getting to an area, it's not the only one, but it's an area where we're going to have multiple stakeholders also beyond the railway sector, satellite operators. So in terms of liabilities, for instance, it's something that this goes beyond the pure technological challenges. We need to have a political support, and that is another aspect that it has to be put also on the table, because despite, and the ERTMS somehow also is a mirror of all these difficulties, because despite the technological let's say success that we may achieve, if we do not have the governments, member states, the European Commission by definition, but the let's say mainly I would say member states behind also having a strategy, a vision on how to make better future for rail, and in how to invest, I mean how to provide money to make sure that there is a plan of investment or transition to these new technologies, then we are stuck in the middle of nowhere. And this actually a ERTMS experience, I think, also shows the difficulty that we are having there. So there are also other dimensions that we need to take into account that are also big challenges for us. But as I said, I mean, let's be optimistic. Huh? So this is what I wanted to say.
Thanks, Bardo. Michel?
If you are in the railway sector in this room and you have not heard and do not know what the ERTMS users group is, you've got really a serious problem. So I'm not going to explain too much about the users group. www.ertms.be, and you can find all the information you want, including this cost-benefit analysis which Daniel was referring to. So I can only invite you to do that, etc. We are more a technically focused organization, so I only play a very modest role over here. For your information, we have agreed with CER and EIM on the right-hand side, and I trust that also Earl and the other railway representative organizations are very happy with that, that we actually try to help them with the technical discussions related to CCS, command control and signaling, and that of course also includes the future use of satellite technology. So that is in a nutshell what the users group does. My name is Michel Russen, as you know. I am the managing director of the users group. If you ask me what I do nowadays, I can tell you I only do one thing. That is, I'm involved in the contract management for the system pillar. So I am kind of the counterpart of Giorgio, or better actually Ian Conlon, acting on behalf of a system pillar consortium who is supposed to do all the technical work for the system pillar. So I'm not the expert. If you come back in later on and ask me some questions about satellite positioning, I am not really the expert. But fortunately for you, I brought my technical director with me, who is very well informed about these things, Gabriele Ridolfi. He's in the back of the room. So if you have that kind of questions, please go to Gabriele, and he can tell you everything about this cost-benefit analysis and all the other things you would like to know about satellite technology. Nevertheless, to say a couple of words, I think, Daniel, we met already from the beginning that you started in EUSPA to approach the railway sector about satellites, so that's 7-8 years ago, I think. So there's a long time that already the users group actually is actively participating in the discussions and trying to help to see on whether or not satellite technology can play a useful role for command, control and signaling. And we still see that, is the future bright? Yes, but it depends a little bit. I think that was also already mentioned a little bit. We are looking, of course, for a reduction of assets. That is great if we can achieve that, because then we have less difficulties, I would say. We are also, of course, looking at alternative means for precise location, especially for these regional applications, because we know that it is too costly to do anything else. So yes, for sure we see good opportunities. Nevertheless, indeed, it was already mentioned by Daniel, it needs to be seen on, can you do that at a sufficiently safety level and at affordable costs? Because in the end, if you look at what the railways do, then we can have long discussions about it, but it's all about the P of performance or capacity, the R of reliability, the A of availability, the M of maintainability, and the S of safety and security. And all this at affordable costs. And we are not there yet, and especially we have these concerns, and this is why it does take some time before we have finalized that. Hopefully, Joseph, you are right, and we can actually include in the TSI 2027 the full set of specifications necessary for the suppliers to develop the products. And then yes, it could be that the first products will be available on the market by 2030, but ERTMS specifications, baseline 3, were ready in 2012. Yes, we upgraded them, etc. It took 7 years before the first products came to the market. A little bit longer than the 3 years. So hopefully, indeed, we can improve and we can bring the products sooner to the market. But that is not what I want to say. What I want to say is the deployment is miserable. So it's not the product which needs to be available. We also need to make the mechanisms to make sure that these products are then used and put in their vehicles and in the trackside. And that is just coming back to what Alberto and Bardo said. That has to do with the fact that it is not only about the technical system, but it is the combination of the fact that that there are other mechanisms also to be improved before you really have the full-fledged deployment of ERTMS and satellites. What is wished by Matthias Rutte, Marcin Wojcik, and so on and so forth. That is what we are looking for, but that is not the technical part. The technical part, I think we will manage. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Close your mic. Flip, you wanted to react?
Something, because I would like to say that I'm in line with what Alberto said concerning the deployment of ERTMS and the necessity to have an organization which will help for having this deployment to find the funding, because this is certainly one of the most important things. And also the support that we need from the Spanish presidency on these 10T texts which are now on the table. And we have to know that the negotiation on the 10Ts started a few months ago. And it seems that the ministers have not yet really opened the file of rail because they are afraid to open our file, which shows how nervous they are when they are discussing about our sector. So that's also a thing that we have to know. The other things I would like to say is that today we had very good news in the presentation which have been made on the fact that satellite positioning is part of Europe's rail joint undertaking activities, with the innovation pillar with a flagship project to DATO coordinated by SNCF, and within the system pillar, which is absolutely essential for the vision we need to have in the next years for this. And I would like to say that this is really an opportunity for the sector, and say that to Giorgio, who is working almost on a full-time basis on a lot of topics deal with ERGU, but on this STEM pillar. And I think that if we work together on interoperable solution that could be implemented on European rail network in the future, we will make a lot of progress. And I think there is a real momentum coming from the industry, the operators and the infrastructure managers. Not a very easy task, but I think it's a good thing to know that satellite positioning is part of this program. So that's what I wanted to say.
Many thanks, Philippe. So, Michel, I was a little bit wondered that technically you think there is no comeback on that question. I was happily surprised when I saw the nice triangle with ERA on top of it. And you know, at ERA, we only take information from System Pillar, from UNISEG, from ERTMS user group, to be able to come to the specifications to be integrated in the next TSI. So today, how do you see the possibility to come to an agreement on the architecture, for example, in the system pillar, to be able to feed our working party to be ready? I already heard 2027, but probably we'll need some discussions on it, so maybe 26 or late 25, we should already discuss how to integrate it.
I'm not sure that it will be here in 2027 then, but I said it yesterday also in another gremium that it's always easy to talk about people if they are not in the room, so I'm going to talk about somebody else. What we need over here is decisions. The railways have to make up their mind. Sometimes also the suppliers have to make up their mind. I don't know how the suppliers organize themselves, but I can tell you for the railways, it's not easy to get an agreement among ourselves. We need the top of the triangle to make in the end the decisions. For technical work in ETCS, that is ERA, that is this triangle, the famous triangle. But we have a kind of the same situation in the work in E-Rail, in the system pillar. We have organized it similar. So we have, by the way, also the same good cooperation between the suppliers and the railways on one side on the technical level. But we have created this system pillar core group under the leadership of Ian Condon, who is actually moderating it, steering that in a bit of a similar way as that ERA does that for the EECT specifications. And I have full confidence that Ian, if I look at him, that's why I can talk about him because he's not here. Yeah? If you're there, then...
He's there.
Is he there?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. You ruined my plan. But I still continue. I have full confidence that we have to make firm decisions, and I think that Ian is the right guy to make sure that we will make these decisions. He has done that in the past, also in the ERTMS stakeholder platform. We need these kinds of people because the railways themselves will not solve it, the suppliers themselves will not solve it. So we need the core group and we need Ian. Thank you.
Thank you, Michel. Maybe to go further on this theme, what can the organizations do? Because I know that in ERG members that are in it, but what can CER or EIM do to support what you just explained to come to decisions? So maybe Barda first.
Okay. No, actually, it's in a way the Europe's Rail is also a game changer for us. I mean, in terms of associations, because it's really, I would say, the first time where actually association gets into the world of research with an active role, at least EM. Maybe UNIFE was already more involved in the past, but definitely for infrastructure managers, it's really the first time. And in that sense, I think that we really believe that we can play a very pivotal role internally with all our members in order to make sure that we push for a systemic approach. And also we push for the alignment of our members, because of course there are also differences between different infrastructure managers. There are different agendas, which is of course logic, but at the same time, you know, if we reach, let's say, the technical specification, the conclusion or a technical specification that is not shared, of the benefits of which are not shared by all the stakeholders, including all the infrastructure managers, when then we have to deploy it, you know, if some of them that will not use it, somehow we will have also failed, because we are looking for interoperable solutions. So if there is no interoperability or the solution is not taken up by everybody, then, you know, it's we're halfway. So our role there is really to make sure that all our internal stakeholders are on the same page. And that, of course, will be instrumental also to ensure that the railway undertaking, the Europe's Rail will deliver something that you know, has really good chances to be successful.
Thank you, Bardo. Maybe Flip, do you also see the possibility in UNIFE to get to that alignment, or is it more difficult?
On our side, we have created a system pillar committee who is working and following very closely all the ongoing discussion and meeting with the CR, AIM from time to time to have a common position. But it's true that it happens that on some specific point there are some debates, but I think there is really a good cooperation at this stage. And it's true that on our side, a lot of time is spent by our specialists on the system pillar. It's really a very important topic for us for the future of our sector, but there is a real motivation on our side.
Thank you. Carol?
Yes, indeed, for us, Europe's Rail is also a game changer, of course, and we are very happy to be part of the System Pillar steering group. It's a game changer because all the stakeholders are involved. And in the steering group, when we will discuss this point, I will get back with my point. We need, I think, a strong impact assessment before taking any decision regarding satellite for rail.
On the same point, I would say beyond the system pillar, TSI are important for us, because at the moment that you decide that this will be the technical solution that you are going to implement. So before, I think we are open to every innovation research. We should search everything, artificial intelligence, 7G, everything. But at a certain moment, you come to a point where you say, I'm going to implement this or not. And you define a TSI where you will go to implement this. Let's say that inside many of our CEOs, when they take a decision like this, is a very long-term decision. So you engage yourself to move all your system to ERTMS, and maybe like in Spain, you start on 3.0D, then it comes to 3.0, and you ask yourself, am I compatible or not? Maybe not. Is all my investment scrapped? Is the problem that you were also raising. So the moratorium, because you have a doubt that you are, I would say, losing all the money you do. I think this is a point that we need to address, we have not addressed so far, unfortunately. So the migration and how safeguarding the investment we do. We are talking major investments. The ones who are investing today in 2032 will still have their investment valid, or they need to change again and to upgrade and to change maybe and lose a lot of investment. So this is a point where the migration need to be, I would say, in my opinion, better reflected. And it's more not on research. It's exactly when you go into site and when you go in deployment. And final point is the finance also, because I think at the end all this stays together if we get the finance in order to do these things. And these two things should go together, because if member states decide to take a decision on TEN-T, on TSI, we need to find coherence, then the financing will follow on what we achieve. But on the point of stability and how do you move from one version to the next, I think we need to have proper impact assessment stronger, and also really to be sure that we are not wasting what we did. The one who invested in ERTMS level 1 lost everything. So who started the first lost everything. I think from 230D we are saving what we have, but there is reflection. Now you have 3.0, and maybe when we have FRMCS, I don't know if we have 4.0, everybody is reflecting, what should I do? I wait, I go. So this is a key point that we need to deal, in my opinion.
Yeah, thanks. It's about migration strategies and saving the investments that have been done. So if we look at that, maybe to come back on that, also as sector organizations, which members are pushing to have it implemented and by when, and then also to see if you come back to cost benefit, who will have the benefits. We already heard it, that only benefits are for infra managers apparently, and the costs are for railway undertakers, but it goes together, I think, with what Alberto just said, that we should find the balance between those, and if we want to introduce it in the legal framework, can we introduce it as an option? Should every vehicle in Europe be equipped with satellite, yes or no? So if I look at that, maybe look at Bordeaux, you see members that are really crying for satellite, they need it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Do we have to speed up? I think yes, but or for which applications? Is it for the whole network, only for regional lines? So I think there are a lot of elements that maybe we need to take into account before we can introduce it and introduce it on a smart way in the legal framework.
Okay, well, when we had in the past few months and few years, I mean, some discussions about satellite positioning, I would say that most of the members, they reflects what we have seen today. I mean, they are very much interested. Everybody understands let's say the potential advantages that we may have in terms of saving costs, in terms of improving capacity and traffic management. I mean, I'm not going to repeat what have been already said many times. On the other hand, there is a little bit of standstill situations, because there have been studies, but what is not clear yet at least that I perceived in our internal discussion, is, how is, at the end of the day, I'm joining what you were saying before, I mean, how much money I'm going to save at the end of the day by introducing these technologies? Because, do I need to keep, for safety reasons, for instance, do I need to keep redundancy systems? How much? I mean, my territory is complex. I mean, where can I use it? Where cannot use it? These are very practical questions that they always turn into, okay, we have to invest in something of which we are not really so sure at the moment whether, we can really get the benefit out of it. Even infrastructure managers. Clearly, for everyone, their techniques is even more complex, maybe, to have these discussions. But even also for infrastructure managers, not so straightforward as it may seem from a technical point of view. I come back also to I want to repeat what I said before in terms of also of strategy for investment, for let's say migrations into this new technology. So it's as I said, I mean, there is much interest, but still I have not seen such a enthusiasm,
Enthusiasm,
to go forward and make an investment.
Yeah, but I think you pointed out the good elements that a lot of things need to be put on the table before we can, before your members will take the step and saying now this is the right moment, the good point. We have all elements to launch for certain lines in satellite-based ERTMS.
If I may, yes, indeed. I mean, I think that it's also this conference has a very good timing, and it's also very good timing. What is happening within Europe's rail, because now I think for what I've understood, I'm not an expert here, but for what I've understood, we are really in a phase where everybody, again, all the experts understand also the limitations on the use for rail of the satellite positioning. There are alternatives that could go along. I mean, the development of these technologies becomes enough mature to have a more, let's say, a better view on how we can use it in a way that is, let's say, that allows also cost savings. So it probably is, the real debate outside let's say, these communities probably will start now, in a way.
Michel, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, maybe reacting on a couple of things, because also Alberto mentioned something again. Maybe it's cursing in the church, so you can be that I will not go out alive. But I'm inspired by what Martin said, that apparently now we are even able to think about scrapping old locomotives to make sure that we replace them with new locomotives to make sure that ERTMS deployment is increasing. Well, if you ask me, how can you reduce the costs for onboard units? Guess what? Take out level 1. And that is exactly why in the system pillar we talk always about radio-based ETCS. And it's completely in line with what is also said earlier. We want to take out Class B on the European level. It will take, of course, 20, 30, 40 years, but this is the way to go. So if you think about adding new technologies in the onboard and it's getting expensive, well, think about also taking some things out. And it will not happen tomorrow, but this is the way to go.
Yes, Flip.
Well, on my side, I just wanted to say that our members, they see the potential of satellite positioning in rail, and to clarify the most promising way forward, we just need to be aware about economical and operational consequences. But the message my members want me to pass is that to ensure a successful introduction on the market, we need to be clear about the implications of the specific approaches. And I come back to the topic of interoperability, that they say that interoperability between onboard and trackside is a key property and therefore a key requirement for a satellite positioning application and for an assessment criterion of the approaches. And they become relevant once trackside and onboard interaction are concerned. And of course, in that case, migration conditions have to be assessed as well. But globally speaking, I think there is interest, as you've seen, on our members. It's at a different level. But what will happen during the discussions within the framework of the system pillar and the R2.0 will be certainly very important for the way forward.
Thank you. Alberto?
The point, I think, satellite should not block the investment underway. Just to be very clear, the investments that are underway should be continued and should have also the certainty that they will not be wasted. And let's say if the push by 2030 for the core network is coming through on the 10T, we will see a lot of acceleration in investment in this year. We are already seeing, but we will see even more coming. So I think this investment should not be blocked by satellite, just to be very clear. But of course, the reflection on satellite and the opportunities, what they can bring, we should continue. And if it is what we are seeing, that for instance on heavy, where we have an investment, we can save 80,000 euro, 100,000 euro per kilometer. That's an important saving. And then we need to reflect about what will be, how will be the phasing, but without wasting the investment that we are doing now. Because we are not wanting to restart a cycle of investment or huge investment that we cannot afford every 10 years or every 5 years. So this is a huge effort. So this is why I'm saying the migration plan, project management is important. We need to make these steps that are feasible so that you don't waste the money. Then if you have at the end, I don't know, when you have satellites, if you will have an antenna below and antenna on the top. And for how long you're going to run with two antennas, maybe connected with the same module. I'm simplifying, extremely simplifying. But if you get at that moment, let's say maybe it's like having 2 or 3 antennas, because some of the trains have 2 or 3 antennas below, in order to be able to run and being able to talk to the different systems that we have. So, might be not a major issue, might be yes, but we need to reflect on these consequences, but definitely we should not block what we are doing now, and we should not waste. That's the other point. Many of our CEO and CR are reflecting on this safeguarding. They are committing billions on this, and they are reflecting, I'm committing billions of euros on a system. I want to be, at least for the next year, safe, that this money will continue to be obviously run and not be wasted for a new system coming. So that's a point, is a positive point, the acceleration we are seeing on ERTMS, if it becomes true, and for this we should not stop it. But intelligently think how we are going to migrate with new. Innovation will come also not just for satellites. I had my former president who was very much fan of AI, artificial intelligence, so he was reflecting, so let's see how we can use supercomputers, how to restart a system that collapsed, and we need to restart in a short time. So we will have other things that we need to consider, but having said that, that's a normal life. But we need to manage these things. We are responsible of a huge system.
Thanks, Alberto. When I hear you saying on the investments done, and we should not block what we are doing now, I think it's an extra element to, if you want to integrate it in the legal framework, we should do it on a smart way. And there we have working parties at ERA. It's not ERA itself who decides. We have all of you, or representatives around the table, to think with us how we can introduce it on a very smart way, without impacting investments that are ongoing or investments that are already done. So maybe on that one, Carol, I would also like to ask you, we already heard today that, I think it was Germany, there is some track access fee that could be lower. Do you see other elements or other needs on if we come with extra costs or upgrades for certain countries or certain lines? How do you see that?
Thank you. I take the opportunity to share with you the message of my members. So, ERTMS has a colossal impact on the cost of rolling stock, economic risks and downtimes associated with bringing equipment into service. To date, the owners have not been able to identify a return on investment for the various ERTMS upgrades that have been imposed over the last 15 years. This is due in particular to the lack of added value of this equipment granted to operators in the form of a reduction in the cost of train parts or other economic advantages. The amounts of subsidies granted by the Commission to date, when they are available, are not adequately sized. Either the envelopes are insufficient or the amounts granted are not commensurate with the costs associated with implementing ERTMS. So another option then to restore a better equilibrium between RU and IM, of course, is to get funding from EU Commission. But therefore we need strong commitments to give the money which is needed, what has not been the case for ERTMS until now.
Thank you, Carol. Yeah. Maybe if
I fully agree with what you're saying, and we should find a way or TEN-T that is paying both. So, as a system, so we develop a system, TEN-T should be able to pay the infrastructure and the onboard. That could be a way. It is safer, let me say. The second way is to review the state aid guidelines. We are foreseeing very clearly in the railway state aid guidelines that not just investment on infrastructure, but also investment on onboard is 100% funded. What is the risk on the state aid? State aid has no money. It's a regulation, so member state can decide to do a yes or no, but it's allowed. On TEN-T, we might have some investment also on the regulation of CEF. That will be a bit safer. But I agree that is an issue, and we need to be able to treat it as a system. So, and probably we need to find a way to pay for both.
Thank you. Maybe if I see the debate here on costs, I also look maybe to Philippe to see what can the industry do to lower prices.
Very tricky questions. I think that the harmonization of operational rules could have a very important effect if you want to reduce the cost, because today, if you look at the tendering process, there are different tenders in every country, so that is absolutely essential, and I know there's been work on this in the past, on this, having, for example, a template, but the harmonization of operational rules is certainly one of the most important things, plus what is going to happen in the TSI, and after that, we know that there's a lot of pressure from the operators and infrastructure managers on our members to reduce the cost, so it's for them to do the job. It's difficult. But I really think that going back to what I said, is ERA has really a key role to play in order to make sure that interoperability goes on, will be ensured at the European level, and they are doing all the efforts for this. And on these satellite topics, I think we also had the big support of US PASO, and Daniel Lepo has been always supporting for that. But for the rest, it's a traditional debate we have when we are in the meeting. How can you reduce the cost? But up to those who are preparing the tenders to make the pressure on our members. But we have also quite of challenges to remain profitable. That's also important for our industry.
Thank you. I think we are having time now for questions from the room. I think we already touched a lot of elements, but happy to receive questions from the room also. Can you please your name, organization, and then the question? You have the choice of one of the panelists, or 2 or 3 or 4. No problem.
So my name is Xavier Ricourt. I work for Multitel in Belgium. My question is for Michel. It's very big. Do you have envisioned already the inclusion of cyber threats regarding the GNSS Dopplers in the technical TSI?
I'm so happy that I told you earlier that my technical director is in the back of the room, and he's quite well capable of answering this question to you. But yes, we do actually pay a lot of attention nowadays to cybersecurity. We consider that to be really a very important topic. So we are organizing ourselves more and more on cybersecurity. As to how that goes into the, let me say, the technical details, specifications, requirements for the satellite part, the GNSS part, again, that's what you should actually ask Gabriele, then he can answer that.
Hello, my name is Gianna Se. I'm ERTMS Product Manager, Noble Lead Assessor and Test Leader. My question, during the presentations, I would say, we have been mainly talking about ERTMS satellite localization. Mr. Vincent Passot, he mentioned the use of satellites for speed determination of the train, but I think it will be, my question is that why don't you future more the speed determination of the train? Because if the train, for example, would use more and more the satellite technology for the speed determination, basically the technology would be on the train, and it can be considered almost automatic to have it on board and use it for localization. It's more like for the business case for the train operators. Thank you.
To who do you ask this question?
It's a general question, actually, because especially as I mentioned for the business model, why don't we talk more about the speed determination, which is a benefit for the trains? And if we have it on the train, then it will be almost automatic to use it also for speed localization.
Gabriele, can you stand up so that at least that everybody knows who to attack later on? Because I again will refer to you. Look back on the other side, and there's Gabriele Riolfi. Okay. Maybe he can say something, and it doesn't necessarily have to be now, but at least I cannot answer this question.
No. Can you repeat the question? Sorry, I didn't get it. It was about.
No, but it can also be done offline later on, Gabriela, I think.
My question is, why don't we feature more the benefits of the satellite technology also for the speed determination of the train, not only for the location of the train? Because if we have it more for the speed determination of the train, then almost automatically we'll have it on the trains, and basically it can be used for the train localization. Thank you.
Sorry, can we stop that? The answer is, it is clear, and it was also on my slide, the satellite data provide both position and speed, and of course we will use both. So it's not a new idea that just popped out now during the session. This is already known, and it's basic.
Other questions?
You've been commenting on
Does anyone of the panel has questions to one of the other panelists?
No. Observations.
Wait.
This one goes.
Thank you. My name is Sebastian. Hello, and Sebastian Orndorf-Weiss from Swiss Federal Railway, and we're also talking a lot about the migration plan. We have been discussing earlier about the system level approach, about the architecture, and that a lot of decision needs to be made at a system level. So when we're now talking about protecting investments in rolling stock and also on the infrastructure side, I mean, we will come to the point that we say the last vehicles need to be equipped so we can reduce, for example, axle counters. Who do you see to oversee this arbitrage between rolling stock and the infrastructure side? Because today, each company is looking for their own.
Particularly, you want to answer the question?
I think this is an important question. Is partially addressed by the 10T proposal. When the 10T, there is the deadlines for deploying ERTMS and also the obligation to dismiss Class B system. It's partially addressed because it doesn't say anything about the different generation of ERTMS. So it talks about Class B system, national system, but not about this. This is a way to approach, in the sense, at CR, what is our position, because it's slightly different. At CR, what we like, and then I will reflect on this. We are saying we should have, we are very much in favor of deadlines to deploy. On this missing Class B system, our position is slightly different. We should give the right to infrastructure managers to define a date and dismiss Class B system. In defining the date, of course, you need to inform also all the railway operators that are running on your network in order to inform them. And if you have a program also to support installation of ERTMS on the vehicles, this means that you need to anticipate at least few years that you inform the market you're going to dismiss the Class B system, and you should have a program also to support. If you go in this, I think you can manage to move in this direction. Why we are not in favor of the obligation to dismiss Class B system? Because there are some particular parts of the network, in particular Paris, where the system is used also for other purposes, and where apparently I'm not a specialist on Paris, but I believe the people that are saying this is the system, Class B system, is used also for metropolitan transport and other vehicles, and going just on ERTMS, we reduce the capacity compared to the capacity that is there today. So we need to assess this point, but I think it's a point that we are following as CR. What we are saying today, there is no clear rule when it's Class B system or you take out a system. So I don't know in Switzerland, but the rest of Europe, if somebody is saying, I do this, you will have a lot of protest. I mean, I was witness of some of them in other cases. If you say, I'm taking out the Class B system, all the old locomotive operators, maybe some of them that you want to scrap, will say, look, I don't want to lose my locomotive. And so it's a delicate point, but I think we need to reflect about a transition, which is at least long enough to provide the ways to react, and also the support. And the support in order to install the system. This will get to the same point. If you force people to install system, you never recover. Some of your members never recover the investment. What do? If you are the operator, you take out the trains, you lose the trains, it's very difficult. So you need to find a way. I mean, there is no proper medicine, so far I heard, but I think the 2 steps: inform the market, provide the means, give a certain number of years in order to make the possibility to the market to go on that. It was the same for the brake systems in Switzerland. So it's not just the ERTMS. When there was introduced the brake block, new brake block, synthetic brake block on wagons, there was a bit of tension. Switzerland started before the rest of the world, and trains cannot cross Switzerland. So in this transition, we need, every time we change, is a system changing, and we need to find a way that we are offering the market the possibility to react and to adapt to the new conditions. It was not a proper answer, but I know that at least you can take deadlines, long-term information, and support in order to get there. I don't know if, Carol, you want to compliment, because maybe you are more sensitive. Sorry to pass the question to you, but it's...
I think that the equilibrium between infrastructure managers and rolling stock keepers deserves a debate as such, a long debate as such. It has been said previously that the pressure, the weight put on the rolling stock owners is more and more heavy. But okay, it's the case, then it requires a debate, a discussion to define new rules and to reach this new equilibrium between infra manager and rolling stock keepers. This is our position.
Maybe I just want quickly to add that in the CCS TSI now, for example, for GSMR, this mechanism is already foreseen. So meaning when FRMCS specifications will be available in next update, the infra manager can say, I will take out of service GSMR by that year, and I think the minimum is 5 or 7. It's changed somewhere, but I think it's 5 years. So that's comparable with it. It's also, it's a Class A system, but comparable with a Class B system. So that mechanism exists. On the other hand, in the CCS TSI, we also ask for a national implementation plan. And there we would like to see that the member state takes the infrastructure manager, their RUs, that he puts the member state level, the different parties together, and to come to an agreed, or plus minus agreed, step forwards for the next 10 to 20 years. So this is also via CCS TSI and the NIP, or National Implementation Plan, that you can try to introduce innovations or to announce innovations and on a certain way to have a debate with the actors in your country. Maybe Bart, you also wanted to add something?
Well, actually, I was about to say something similar, because indeed I think that the CCSTSI is a good example on how you can give some certainty to the to the migration process into new technologies. And I think probably, I mean, again, I would like to be optimistic, and hopefully, this will, I mean, the sector will succeed in following what is stated in terms of let's say obligations and deadlines in the CCSTSIs. But I think it's really a good precedent that we could think about also for for migration of other new technologies. And because really the migration aspect, I really would like really to insist on this, because of the migration, if we don't do a proper plan for migration, we risk to fail. We will have a fantastic technologies that we will not be able to really to deploy on the ground. So it's something that, maybe, with delays of years and years, that will make at the end of the day this technology already obsolete by the time that is, I mean, again, ERTMS is it's an experience in that sense. So, I think that it's a good way forward that we really would like to explore even more in the future, when new technology will be available. And discussions within the Europe's rail, also for these particular technologies on that type should also take place far earlier than when we get at the stage of discussion within air.
Okay.
I know you don't like it. This is what I'm saying, because within Europe's rail there is a group who is supposed to to discuss about the transition and migration strategies.
Mm-hmm.
And within that context, what I keep on saying, by the way, it's not the first time that I say, we should start thinking about migration even before we have the specific technology ready for discussion into the level play field of ERA.
I mean, just
Yeah,
to jump in like that, because this is mentioned many times. I think jumping in on what Bardo said, for everybody to know, we are also setting up the deployment group. And this is also another important part of this discussion. We're not yet speaking of deployment manager. I think this is what Alberto was mentioning. But all of this discussion coming from the work that the system pillar will have for sure done, as was mentioned. We need to have all the actors together and really starting to think of the deployment. And I also take that Michelle's involvement is quite high, so it's also a message to you on this direction, in the sense it's not just technical matter that we need to discuss in the system pillar. It's also a matter of making sure that those departments that will be responsible for tendering and investments are aligned and aware of what we are doing also in the system pillar.
Many thanks. I would like to close the discussion here, and a big thank you to all the panelists. Please give them a warm applause. And I'll hand over to Catherine for some practical arrangements.
Thank you to everybody, and thank you for your dedicated attention throughout the day. You've been in large numbers, stayed with us, and we have a fantastic day lined up tomorrow as well. We were approximately 200 people here, and on average 70 people online. So we thank also our online viewers who have followed us steadily throughout the day, which is a sign of interest in nowadays virtual world. So to finish the day, now we are going to be heading for the Museum del Ferrocarril de Madrid. We will stay in the dream world of rail, and please join us at 7 o'clock at the Museum of Rail. Jorge from SEDEX will be leading the walk for those who want to walk with us. It will be a 20 minutes walk, take some fresh air, the weather is nice, and then we will have some welcome ceremony very short welcome word by our directors, and we'll just have fun and stay in the museum for the evening. So thank you very much for everybody. We will meet again tomorrow. Please be on time. And remember your badge, because your badge will guarantee you access here and tonight at the museum as well. See you at the museum.